really took stewardship to making sure that we have a beautiful conference. I want us to appreciate Edward for his purely action-oriented. You remember last year we had Edward on the talent night. He came, he presented well. That time it was not themed talent night. At some point, because of one reason or the other, he was not successful. But he has told me that tonight is going to be bloody. Ask your neighbor that tonight on the talent show, which talent are you presenting? Ask your neighbor. Why I talk about it at the beginning of the conference, I was discussing with the organizers and was saying that what happens in the evening when the talents are not many. So many of you have to really look within yourself to see what talents you'll give us. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference would be nothing without our platinum sponsors. Can I request Brian Mutiaba, my very, very good friend now, and Donato to stand up. Christine, the family of Sanlam, can I request them to stand up and we give them a big, big round of applause. Please stay standing up. Yesterday we appreciated that clapping can be more organized. Platinum sponsors need to receive a clap that is thoroughly organized. So I'm going to say 5 factorial. Now it is going to be more energetic and more organized. Don't clap when you're counting and overthinking. Clap harder and make sure that you are counting within yourself. 5 factorial. Very good. Some of you are still continuing. But thank you very much, the Sanlam family. Take back our regards to your senior leadership that we are grateful. Yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, we have a rapporteur who will be able to come and share some of the highlights of the event. And for me, I'll share general information. Yesterday, when we were leaving this room, someone lost their ring. And it is a proposal ring. So you see where I am going. And I requested that anyone who saw that ring save a marriage. Because how does that person go back to explain that they lost a proposal ring? So I want to request that if any one of you picks the ring, proposal like, please bring it to me and I should be able to deliver it. Before we officially start, because I'll be inviting one of you to volunteer and give us an opening prayer, and once we do the prayer, I'll invite the team from ICA Lion to come and set the tone for us. Before I do that, allow me to inform you that outside we have a team of vendors. They need to find value for them being vendors. And I want to encourage you that amidst these breaks, we take time to visit them and see what they have to offer. For now, I want to invite one of you who feels that the Holy Spirit is with them. Usually I like to invite people from the audience because I'm always running the show. So sometimes inclusiveness is good. Do we have a hajat that can dedicate us because it's a Friday? I like bold people. Let's clap for the volunteer.
Good morning. Protocol observed. I'll join the rest to welcome you home. Welcome to Mbarara. Thank you, Ibao, for choosing us this time round. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We do not take it for granted that we are here today. We thank you for the gift of life, dear Lord. We thank you for Mbarara. We thank you for everyone that has been nice to us during our stay. Father, in Revelation 3:7, chapter 3, verse 7, you say that opportunity knocks once. Opportunity knocks but once. And today, Ibao grants us the opportunity to have all brokers, all partners in the same room. I'm using the opportunity to let them know that there is an insurance company. Once you insure a vehicle with them, you get a free tracking device. Once you buy a domestic package from them, there is an alarm system to your clients. And that is on page 27 of the magazines before them. They can check it. Indeed, GA Insurance brings you a whole new world, just like the Ibao theme 2025. Father, we thank you. Bless our day. Amen.
You know, sometimes you allow the moment sink in. Please allow the moment sink in. Can we appreciate the person that prayed, the prayer, and the institution? We had, for those of you who keenly remember, even in the previous conference, we had a scenario close to that. I don't know if it's the same person. On the 8th conference, you will not pray. I'll mark your face because I want to tell you that we have particular interest, especially here, to talk about certain institutions like our platinum sponsor, Sanlam. So even in the prayer, you must be seen praying for Sanlam, our platinum what? Therein, you talk about ICA Lion as our gold what? Then in the prayer, you can proceed until you reach brass category. As a matter of fact, in brass category, you can bring them all together. All the people in the brass, may they come up to what? Platinum. But all right, thank you very much for that prayer. We should be able to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted that we have a number of vendors that are outside. I don't know if we have an individual from Clarkson. We have Smart, which other vendor? Gold Star. Do we have anyone from Gold Star? All right. Before I start, I needed to give at least vendors at least a minute or two to share a word, and then we can be able to proceed. Let's welcome Gold Star before I invite ICA to set the tone. Our fingers are tired. All right.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Protocol duly observed. Enoch Mudad is my name. I represent Gold Star today. It's really a pleasure to be here amongst learned colleagues. What we have as Gold Star is something that we think is going to enhance our service delivery. We have launched a claims intimation app that you can view from our booth just outside there. What it basically does is that it allows real-time reporting of claims. such that if there is a fleet manager, there is a broker, there's an insurer, everyone gets to be made aware of that particular claim, which allows us to react in real time. So ladies and gentlemen, I wish to invite you, maybe over break, you just come to our booth and we demonstrate the app to you. Otherwise, thank you so much, and let's enjoy the day. Looking forward to the evening as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You'd wonder why we're doing this, but it's just to make sure that everyone derives value in this beautiful conference. Allow me just give one more partner, and I'll invite ICA to come and set the tone. Smart Applications, please come and also share with us. Let's stay in the habit of the conference. The habit of the conference is clapping. Let's just stay in the habit.
Now in Uganda. So the electronic data now in Uganda. So the electronic data interchange, which is making it possible that claims move from service providers to the insurers in a day, and they can be able to be processed. But that's not enough. We're saying we need to discuss matters of analytics. The HR guru did talk about what needs to be done to have a good workforce, but we're saying that cannot be achieved if we do not have issues of analytics discussed. So we have a solution of analytics, and during break time, I would like to invite everyone to pass by our desk so that then we can look at how the solution works. Why all this innovation, and what's coming up? Smart Insure is coming up. A lot of issues are still affecting different stakeholders, and we're saying we have a solution for all the insurance companies in this room and for the brokers. And why do we have these solutions for you? Customer retention is at the interest of every business entity. Customer experience. So to achieve all these things, look no further than working with Smart Applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fred. Allow me also show you the CEO of Smart Applications. Judy, please stand up for recognition. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving to our next part of the program. But in the break, I want to show you what happened last night on the camera. So you remind me, especially those of you who would want to see yourself on how you appear in front of a what? There are some of you, you didn't know that the cameras were pointing at you. Then there were some of you who went early to sleep. Please remind me to show you that video. Do you want me to show you the video? Yes. Okay. So after this, I will show you the video. Allow me, at this point in time, invite the CEO of ICA General, Mr. Ambrose Chiboka, to come and set the discussion this morning. Can we welcome him with a big clap?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, you're very resilient. You recovered from yesterday night. So, good morning. I'm really happy to see you, that you managed to make it. Yes, we are 1 hour behind time, and great party yesterday. But good to see you. So, when I was asked to give an introductory 15-minute talk around the topic of leadership, I felt it was a big privilege. And because of the person who will give a keynote speech around the topic of leadership, I asked, what can I say that will not preempt what she has prepared to say to leaders in the room, CEOs, general managers, COOs, and others here. And so, after reflection, I decided to zero down to experiences which are relatable to each and every one of us. So for the next few minutes, I am inviting you to reflect with me on your career and the CEOs. I am being specific. I'm not talking about your manager at any time, but the CEO who led your organization at that time. And I want you to think, do I, in my own opinion, rate that CEO as a great leader? And if yes, why? Do I rate that CEO as a not so great leader? If so, why? And maybe the leaders in this room then can reflect and see how they can be better leaders. So walk with me in my journey. I will not use names. So the first CEO I worked under was a very aggressive and very opinionated gentleman. But he had one thing that I felt made him a great leader. He was very far-sighted. This gentleman, in the time that I worked under his business, a business he was leading as chief executive, he made sure that all junior staff are equipped with the training that they need to execute their job. That gentleman, up to today, has great lasting impact on the Ugandan insurance sector, even long after he has exited the stage, returned to his home country. He has many, many proteges whom he mentored, many of them assuming leadership. Will that be said about you by the people you lead today? Will people speak about you 10, 15 years from now when you are in retirement and they refer to you as someone who equipped them, who enabled them to deliver? That was a great leader. He was followed by another CEO. This CEO was a trendsetter in not a very positive way, in my view. Super aggressive. They achieved big exponential growth of their business, but in their wake, they left a lot of blood. Is that the leader we want to be? I felt they thought very short term. They thought short term about themselves and their own longevity as leaders, but also they thought very short term about the organizations they were leading. So great leaders shouldn't think short-term goals. They should have short-term tactical plans. They should have medium-term goals, but even more, a very far-sighted horizon if they're to build lasting legacies and organizations that will stand the test of time. They will not sacrifice the long-term viability of their business for short-term expediency. Do you agree? So, one good example, and then one that I find not so good. The next leader I worked under, for me, was the most impactful and the one I learned from the most. This leader believed in me beyond what I believed in myself. So that leader could spot my capabilities and others' capabilities even when we didn't know that we had those capabilities. And then he took a risk. He was a risk taker. He took a risk on us allowing us a platform, allowing us to make mistakes on his watch, allowing himself to clean up after us. He always reprimanded in private, but appraised in public. I felt I was a great leader. And that leader effortlessly got us to work up to midnight. I remember a day when our team, I drove into the compound and found people red-eyed, and I learned that they had slept in the boardroom because they were working on a major tender and they just wanted to please that leader who has confidence in them that they will do the tender and win that transaction. So, as a leader seated here, CEOs, are you inspiring your people by empowering them, giving them the confidence that you have got their back when they drop the ball, but even more so, you believe in their abilities? I found that that leader really worked on our minds and hearts to inspire us to achieve greatness. The next leader that I interacted with in my career was also a not so good one. That leader really was a very energetic leader. However, he lacked confidence. So when leaders lack confidence, they look at their reportees as their competitors. And you don't want to work with a leader who doesn't believe in his own abilities and is therefore threatened by the success of their reportees. A good leader surrounds themselves with people who are brighter than them, and they celebrate that. Poor leaders want to be the know-it-alls. They want to be the ones shining light in the organization, and they therefore stunt the organization. They reduce the organization to their personal character and don't release it to fly. Are you that leader? Or are you a leader who celebrates the uniqueness of each of your team members? Are you a leader who appreciates each and every good thing achieved by your team? You celebrate every win. Are you a leader who gives credit to your team? Oh, when it all goes well, it is me who did it. When things hit the fan, then it's someone else's fault. We need to look for someone to blame. Very bad leaders. Then there is a leader, the final one. This leader is the best leader of leaders. I learned from this leader that if you are to be a good leader, you actually create many other leaders. Because this leader leads me effortlessly. He allows me sufficient room to do what I want, while at the same time keeping me aligned with the wider vision of the business. And if you want to have high performers want agency. They don't want to be directed. They don't want a directive leader. They want a leader who gives a wide berth, a wide area of action, only putting a few guardrails. We don't go beyond this, beyond this. Basically, you set a wide framework of policy and allow people then to work within that. When leaders do that, they can extract sufficient value from each and every one of their team members. Are you that leader? Now, recently, as I conclude my introductory remarks on the topic of leadership, and the topic of leadership, we could spend all 3 days here discussing it, because it is a popular topic for writers. Many people are looking at it. So when I was looking at the IBAO conference book, and I saw the topic, I wanted to actually challenge the topic, because it is a question. It ends with a question. It says, is this leadership, is this the new game changer for organizations? And to me, I think it should be a statement, not a question. It should simply be, leadership is the game changer for organizations. And study history, whether national history, corporate history, you will see that great success has been achieved through great leadership, and dismal failure. Countries have been run down through poor leadership. So it starts and ends with leadership. I don't think leadership is a new concept. Rather, we are becoming more aware of leadership as a science, as an art, and for me, it's still a debate. I always throw it if I'm meeting with like-minded people. I ask, are leaders born or are they made? Why is it that Nelson Mandela was the son of a chief? But then you see outliers like Barack Obama, raised by a single mom. So are they born or are they nurtured? It's a question out there. I have an opinion, but I won't divide the group. You can debate about it. But my point is, leadership has been there. Nations have risen, become great powers on the shoulders of leaders. Nations have fallen, become basket cases on the shoulders of leaders. Corporate scandals are plenty. If you're a fan of Netflix, you will read them. And it's all about leadership. And leadership, I'm not talking of your executive committee. I'm talking about the principal, the number one, because that person sets the tone. If you thought the United States had a watertight system, see the impact that their current leader is having on shaking up the entire global setup of commerce. All the so-called global Western norms have been challenged through the opinion of one man. That is the agency we have. So as I conclude these introductory remarks, I want to remind leaders of the extent of their power in impacting their people. That if you are a good leader, one, your organization will thrive, but even more importantly, you will leave impact on the lives of the people you lead. They will talk about you like I was talking about that gentleman from Kenya who left Uganda long ago. They will continue to talk about you in an appreciative manner. But then again, you could be the butt of all bad jokes about leadership if we don't intentionally try to improve our leadership. So it is therefore my honor to invite a distinguished lady, Miriam Magala. Miriam Magala, please stay seated. I'm not yet calling you. I'm still talking about you. Miriam was the chief executive of UIA when I joined the sector, or thereabouts. And one thing that was known about her was her power in advocacy. She takes no prisoners. And under her leadership, we made great strides, and we have now given her onto a regional Africa level as the company secretary and head of legal of ZEPRI. Miriam, I'm not saying this because I was asked to introduce her. Earlier this month, I was with Hope Mbarara, the chief executive of PTARE. We were at a leaders gathering in Nairobi. And that is another leader that I admire. And I think ladies can make great leaders. When I look at Hope, when I look at Miriam, and many others within us here. So I don't want to be preemptive because I know we will have a rich take on leadership from Miriam. All I want to ask you is to pay rapt attention to her. You drove all the way to Mbarara. And this, since many of you are CEOs and senior leaders in the sector, this could well be your take home that you can implement and say, for the 2025 IBAO conference, I picked this or that nugget in terms of how to lead organizations to greatness and how to be a servant leader. Servant leadership, by the way, as an anecdote, is becoming a bit less popular because you see nations are veering more towards more of the autocratic type of leaders. But hopefully Miriam will bring us back to center that long-term servant leadership wins. So Miriam, it's my great honor to invite you to now come and give your, your keynote address on that brilliant topic, is leadership the new game changer for organizations? Miriam.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the back, can you hear me? So when I'm standing here, I can see everybody, and I see 3/4 of you were at yesterday's party. Yeah, so I can see. And I do know quite a number of you, so I'll be calling on names if something untoward happens. But first, I wish to recognize my elders in the room. Mr. Solomon Rubondo. I grew up significantly under him while I was in the insurance industry. Mr. Geoffrey Kihuguru. Not that I like him a lot, but he has a sense of humor. He's one of those few. Yeah, you'll find that it's important in leadership. Mr. Latiba Mukasa, most definitely. When I became CEO of UIA, he encouraged me to walk in my own shoes. So thank you very much for that. And there are a few more people. I see Rita is doing very well. By the time I left, she was quite young. I won't make any additions, but I know her from back in the day. We have Chris here, we have Ruth here, people I worked with. And then now I'll follow protocol, because the first was just... So now let me get back to protocol. I wish to recognize the CEOs present. Specifically UIA, ITC. I'm very proud of Chris, who has taken over IBAO. Chris, do wave. Chris was a very good choice. He left UIA, but he came back. He came back for me. So thank you, Chris. The organizing committee, our domestic and regional delegates, as well as the speakers for yesterday as well as today. So a lot has already been said. Ambrose, thank you for the introduction and setting the stage. I almost thought you were going to do the whole presentation. So I was worried. And then there is one more elder, but who's more of a brother, who I'd wish to recognize, Mr. Ronnie Musoke. He's also one of my key shareholders. And I see quite a lot of people in the room, but now I'll get to the topic. I'm hoping IBAO is modern and has... Do you have clickers? Yeah. Yeah. Have you noticed that Gava barely has any energy this morning? Has somebody noticed? Yeah? Has somebody noticed? Yeah. And then, of course, I can't forget Christine Kasoma. Wave to everybody. Yeah. So it's very interesting that the people I left about 8 years ago in the industry are still here. I also see Patrick of UAP, but I see that Alex has really blossomed. So Alex seems to be the life of the party. And definitely Paul Muhammad. Have I left anybody out? There's Edward. Anyway, there's quite a number of you. And I'm very, very proud and so happy. I thank IBAO for remembering me. UIA hasn't done this as yet. So I don't know what kind of leader I was. I don't know if that speaks volumes, but I'm hoping that I was a servant leader. And picking up from what Ambrose said, he mentioned the fact that his first leader, because I was trying to guess, because I remember we were at the same time in the industry, so as he was going through the leaders, I was trying to understand, is he speaking of this leader or that leader? But I remember being defined as aggressive, opinionated. So Mark also good to see you. You let me know how I performed as a leader. I'm sure Alex Makata has quite a bit to say. So I do know quite a number of you in the audience, and I want this to be a lot more interactive rather than a dialogue, right? So I'll start. Gava, is this? Yeah. So I'm sure you all know who's on the screen. And we are talking about leadership, whether it's a new game changer for organizations today. I do agree with Ambrose that leadership has always existed. It's now that you're looking at what kind of leaders do we need to have today. So when you see who do we see on the screen? Gava, I need you. Where's Gava? Gava, I hope he hasn't gone to sleep. Yes, I need you. Where's the mic? Who do we see on the screen? This has to be interactive, otherwise it will get interesting. And what do you think of what you see on the screen? Okay, the platinum sponsors. You paid, you speak. Yeah? Yes.
Well, I see President Trump and J.D. Vance.
Yes, but what do you really see?
I see disruptive leadership.
You see disruptive leadership?
Yeah, with what they've so far done.
Okay. So I don't want to really judge him, but if there is any definition of uncertainty today, it's going to be how Trump is going to, because you know the US is the strongest country in the world. So globally speaking, if there is something that defines uncertainty, it's going to be the leadership of the United States, and it's going to trickle down. Because you may be very far, but as we'll see, globalization has opened up borders. So if I move on to the next one, what do we see? And may his soul rest in peace.
We don't have staunch Catholics here.
Francesca is a staunch Catholic. Yes.
Let me bring the microphone there. Because we're asking you what you are seeing, I don't know if you want us Muslims to put up our hands.
Saying staunch Catholic defines me, but yes, I'm a believer.
Yes.
So what I see there is servant leadership in its very definition.
Yes, exactly. And you'll see that servant leadership is what is going to drive effectiveness today. So if I move on very quickly, now it's going to be, we're in the times where we're going to think of what rules we are going to follow, whether we're going to follow the existing rules or we are going to rewrite the rules or reshape leadership the way it looks like. Now, is it a question of being a visionary? That means, are you providing meaning and purpose? Is it a question of being exemplary? That means the behavior you put across is what you model. I can give an example here, a very simple example. A lot of people say that they lead and their values are integrity. But I can give an example. How many of you have said you're not in office when you're in office? You have to tell the truth. How many people have told your peers to say you're not in office when you're in office? How many times have we said that we are paying the claim and the claim is taking another, I won't say who said it yesterday, the claim is taking another 1 year. So are you modeling what your personal and corporate values are? Next, is it being a mentor? And Betty spoke very well about mentoring. Ambrose has mentioned it as well. Are you creating room for people to grow? Are you creating space? Now, a lot of people say that they do empower people, but how many of you, the CEOs in the room, how many of you must look at everything before it leaves the office? This includes everybody, insurers, brokers, I can say the regulator, because it's only Francesca who's here. Do we all look at communication before it leaves the office? Do we have thresholds of aspects and activities that we do not look at because we trust our teams? People, I'm not part of ICE, but just support. ICE introduced me, so I am related by association. Yeah? Then is it gravitas? Now, gravitas is people believe you when you're speaking. And Bill Clinton did that so well, if we can all remember, when he said that he did not know Monica Lewinsky. And some of you were old enough by then, just by a raise of hands, how many people believed him? Yes. Yeah, I know Geoffrey believed him, yeah? How many people believed him? So it's confidence, but are you leading with it? Are you being authentic? Are you an authentic leader? Or is it a question of how we communicate in a crisis? So my presentation will be more thought-provoking. I hope I can get a lot more feedback from the audience so that we can have, like I said, it shouldn't be a monologue, but more of a dialogue. But it's to give you like a lot to think about. Now, I'll continue with that. We already spoke to a lot of uncertainty. Yesterday, we spoke of technology, we spoke of, we have the global crisis, we have the US, we have so many things that are happening. We have ESG, we have new financial regulations, and we'll go through all that. But the questions I want to raise for the leaders today is that who comes first? Is it still the shareholders? Is it the people? Is it the profit? Or is it the leader? So who's going to come first today? And I'll give an example. I know bonuses are coming up. So it will be interesting to see where the biggest percentage of the bonus goes. So is it going to go to the top level, the middle level, or the junior level? And as human resource practitioners will tell you, the test of your bonus plan is set on where it sits, and it's usually the middle level. Next, is it personal or corporate values, or are they all intertwined? Is it teams versus high-performing individuals? Somebody spoke of high-performing individuals, but there's a new concept that refers to what we call toxic geniuses. They are very high performers, but Ambrose mentioned they leave blood in the room. And they don't leave because they are bringing in the numbers. Am I correct? And there is no such thing, if you look at research, there is no such thing as a high-performing individuals. What you have is high-performing teams. Now, I'm not saying that you go back and retire them or remove them, but maybe you need to look at concepts of coaching as well as mentoring. The next one, would you prefer an intelligent leader or an authentic leader? Again, something to think about. I'll speak of E. Is it a question of initiatives versus outcomes? So in the evolving world today, we are still rewarding how well I did my board meetings, with insurance and brokers, it's really the numbers I've brought in, the clients have brought in, but are we rewarding the people who take initiative regardless of the outcome? I'll show you this. I'll show you a slide on the skills expected by 2030, which leaders are going to look for, presented by the World Economic Forum, and you will find that there is nothing in respect to numbers, because you're looking for more of initiative, creativity, as well as performance. But now, if I go to F, you're looking at trust versus performance. That means, can I trust your financials? People are looking so serious. Are the questions hitting home? So if I look at your financials, can I trust your financials? That if they're saying that you have made 25 million US dollars, and I put your financials to a forensic audit, that they will not reveal $2.5 million. Gava, this thing works and it doesn't work. Yes. Yeah. So we all know what is happening with Ukraine and Russia. But it's not a question of the photo. What do you see in the photo? And the Gen Zs know this answer also. Where's Gava? Gava, I need your support here because you led the party yesterday.
I had got support from this young madam, but I think I'll do it. People, thank you.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to do it with Gava. Yeah.
I see resilience and fierceness.
You see resilience and? Fearlessness. Daniel, it's good to see you. Who else? The Gen Zs. Okay.
I'm not a Gen Z.
Yeah. I was going to say yes, but it's okay.
Yeah, if you look at the two gentlemen, there is the issue of trust, especially Putin and Zelensky. There's a lot of body language going on. And from your slide, the issue of trust is very, very important.
The issue of trust is very key. What else do we...
And in politics, yeah, trust is a rare commodity.
Anybody else? We have Alex. Thank you, Alex. I'm coming back to John. I'm just going to pick the people who cannot escape. There is Ernest. There's quite a number of you.
I think from that picture, of course, Zelensky is a young president who is living in the land that Vladimir feels that is part of Russia. So he looks at him like a kid in the way he's running. So he keeps his calmness at his age. But while this other one seems to be very chaotic, he doesn't know what he needs to do, but he's trying hard. So if you look at leadership, of course, the other one feels that he's doing his level best to fight for his nation, but he's not looking at the historical issues that where Vladimir has been president for a long time. He's not giving up. So there's a lot that you can actually depict from that picture.
From the picture, yes.
Yeah. The other one, you can see even his face. This guy, I can't give him hard time.
Okay.
But I know the truth. I'm just trying to look at the politics and try to mirror the way they're operating.
Okay.
One is very calm, doesn't move out of his country. The other one's moving all over.
Yes.
But it's chaos all over the place. He doesn't know what he wants.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's how I can define the picture, the way I see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alex. And as everybody's looking at the picture and defining it, each of you are leaders in this room. You don't need a title to be a leader. The title is a perk. Yeah? It's a bonus, it's a benefit. You don't need a title to be a leader, but in your own spaces, whatever you do in your organization, each of you is a leader. And as you're defining this picture, that is how you're being defined on a daily basis. And it's very interesting, the different perspectives that people have given, because when I looked at this picture, I just saw very courageous and bold leadership. I mean, how many countries have stood up to Russia, let alone Putin? It's very few countries. It's extremely few countries, and as we continue with the Gen Zs, is there Gen Zs then Alpha? Is it? Yeah, because the baby boomers are very, very old. Like Geoffrey's, they're earlier category. But yeah, but as we, that is on a light note, my elder. Yeah, but as we continue, you're being looked at and judged every single day with every decision that you actually make. So that's very critical. But like I said, what they depict, it's very bold, it's very courageous leadership to actually stand up to a nation like that, right? And I believe a lot of you watched the clip between Trump as well as JD and Zelensky, and how, calm and controlled he remained. And we will see that. That's very important in terms of a crisis. Donato, you have your hand up? Donato, why are you sitting so at the back? Because I don't think height matters where you see.
Without anyone at the back.
Okay. Yeah.
Just to add, you know, to a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
To a man with a screw, everything looks like. If the screwdriver looks like a screw. From my view, relating to leadership and what you've just shared, when you see that picture, I see a masterpiece of a PR vehicle. Masterpiece of a PR vehicle.
Mm.
Even in organizations, the narrative is very important, how you manage it. We all have opinions of the two and the situation.
Correct.
But we've not thought about the masterpiece of the PR, the people managing the narrative. One is losing and dying, but we believe they are standing strong.
Yes.
Just like in an organization, the grapevine can kill you if you don't manage the narrative. Do you bury the stories? Do you be transparent? So when I see that, it tells me about everyday situations in the workplace.
Yes.
Around the PR element, internal PR, how we manage it. Because we all believe, Alex shared what he thinks, one of them is dead, has killed these people, the others are, you know, we have all opinions, but the narrative is very important.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you. A big clap for Donato. Thank you. Donato, I can see you left before midnight, but I left you there. So if we continue. So, following from the photo, leadership is no longer about command and control. It's not about saying do this, do that. Especially the Gen Zs, they'll ask you why. We find now that, our working hours, we still have working hours from 8 to 5, right? Right? Well, some people don't have, I see Mendes said no, but I know a lot of the people here, I left them here, they still have 8 to 5. But you'll find that a Gen Z will say, I'll do my work from 4 a.m. to 12 noon, and then I'm done. So it's no longer about command and control. A lot of flexibility is required. Betty spoke of empathy. That's going to be very key. Vulnerability. You need to have the courage to speak up. You cannot have all the answers. So you need to use all the skills as you have them. But I must add, have the right skills. Do not keep toxic people. They destroy the culture, and I'll show that. Then connection, human connection. You'll find he's no longer here, but I used to have a boss who was so stoic, like so very serious, like every day. Can I mention his name? No. Yeah, very stoic, very serious. But the human connection is key. People need to know that you have feelings, at least some semblance of feelings, so that they can actually relate with you. Because again, to remind the non-CEOs in the room, the CEOs are just as human as you are. They get tired and they need to sleep. And also, they cannot solve all your problems. For example, an HR professional will have a wife walking in and she's complaining of, it's the only example I can give, so I give it with humility. So the wife walks in and she says, my husband doesn't leave money for food. Then it becomes a CEO issue. Or walks in, one of your staff is having an affair with my husband. I'm sure some of you can relate with that. Yes? Okay. So if I go further, we've already spoken of trust, impact, but a lot of resilience will be key. A lot of resilience with the way the world is evolving. A lot is going to come to you. It's going to come to you at the same time. So right now, even though I'm a company secretary and head of legal, I also do development of markets. I negotiate agreements as well, but I work at a country level. So I work with close to 10 countries. And it's very interesting. You find how powerful governments are. I've always known that they are powerful, but governments are extremely different. And you need to have grit and resilience to manage these governments, because at the end of the day, What the organization needs is that you deliver. And that is why initiative must be rewarded. So I'll continue. Gava, this thing,
It's
it
working
takes
well.
long, eh?
I think you need to press a bit hard.
Okay.
But
Then
it works
can you
well.
ganyo, like?
Unyiganyo.
Okay.
Manda matono.
Should I also jump?
No,
Okay.
no.
Gosh. Sorry, this is starting to question leadership. But we're all familiar with the geopolitics. The borders have been opened, and I know that Francesca is going to speak of regulation. So that is going to need a lot of understanding by the leaders. And I'll say this now. When I was working at the association, because I dealt with stakeholders, and right now my primary job is still stakeholders, you need to get ahead of everything that is happening. You cannot be reactive. You have to be more of proactive. So besides regulation, you even need to start thinking about what skills do we need, what people do I need. I know that technical skills are always placed above behavioral and emotional intelligence skills, but you'll find that the behavioral and emotional intelligence are becoming a lot more important because you need a lot of creativity with the way the borders are opening up. And I believe that's why we are seeing, and you're going to continue to see, a lot of mergers, a lot of acquisitions, and a lot of companies exiting the market. So you need to get ahead of that. And there's also the question of, I'll speak of the national and the regional REIs. The issue is that, are they going to remain, or are they going to serve a better purpose? Because I know working for a regional RE, sometimes we're looked at as if, you know, we're getting business, okay, let me just say it, like we're getting business for free. And I know Ronnie can relate to that, and I heard somebody saying yes. Yeah? So we're going to have to be a lot more proactive. And I can speak to some of the things that we are doing today, is that we're actually working with insurers and banks, telecoms. So sometimes they're actually asking if we are still a reinsurer, but we're working with them to respond to the changes. So this includes developing products and managing, for example, very large projects. I believe you've all heard this. We have the Project Drive. It's de-risking pastoralists in the Horn of Africa. I know that some companies here are participating on it. So we are reimagining the future. So you'll find that even today, you can't be your typical broker, you can't be your typical lawyer, you cannot be your typical claims manager. Or how we used to have the typical MDs. They sit, they have Porsche cars. I'm sure you all know Ronnie's car. He's the only one who won't pick on me. They all have Porsche cars, they have all these perks. I know that some people have bodyguards. I haven't seen them here today. Okay, thank you. We all know what has happened. The donor space is now fizzling out, and that is going to change the clientele that you have. So how do you address this, and address it very quickly? Because what is going to happen, they're going to come up, the donors that remain are going to come up with their own internal insurance provisions. Natural disasters, another trend, and it's increasing the protection gap. So in those circumstances, how do we think, what do we do? Same thing. And this causes a whole disruption in services. So right now, there are more discussions on how do we support public assets, because it's not a question of not having or using boats. I saw at some point we're using boats to cross Lugogo bypass, which was interesting, in the capital city. Yeah? And all this is affecting you because now your people are not coming to work, or businesses are folding. Because what is happening at the reinsurance level is that the cost of reinsurance is going up. right? The cost of retro is going up for us, so the cost of reinsurance definitely goes up. So is the business going to be affordable? Is it going to be still make financial sense? We already spoke of ESG. ESG is becoming extremely important. As of April 17th, the International Association of Insurance Supervisors has issued an application paper on the supervision of climate risks. So do not be surprised when you get new regulations within the next 1 month. I believe you still get the letters. Again, that's on a light note, but within the next 2 to 3 months, you should expect new regulations. And that is going to change a lot of things because you're going to need skills internally, which is driving up your management costs. Yeah, this still remains. We're all familiar with IFRS 17 and how it has changed the landscape, especially for insurance companies. And then we all spoke about technology. But the one thing to note about technology as well, it's very high competition for the insurers, the brokers, and even the reinsurers. It's extremely high competition. But with technology, while it's going to ease our workflows and create efficiency, we have to be mindful of the data regulations. Again, do you have the skills within your company? Or are you aware of them, that you need them as a leader? Yesterday, the CEO of Stanbic spoke of cybercrime, and from research, that's what it looks like. But it's an opportunity for business. But as a leader, do you understand, or do your teams understand what cybercrime is and what kind of policies are required? And not even just a general policy, but what, for example, a specific bank will require, or will it be business as usual? And it cannot be business as usual. Competition is growing and growing, and you have a lot of competition from the likes of, I believe you're all familiar with Safaricom. I know some of you have stock in Safaricom. I'll give an example. I believe you all know Safaricom? Yes, even the Gen Zs? Okay, related to MTN, but a bigger MTN. They move $13.5 billion on a monthly basis. They already have a customer base of 33.5 million people. And they have been licensed as an insurance intermediary. Now, we know that we all have cell phones. Now, because we all have cell phones, if you live in Kenya, it's easier. I know Mr. Omolo can relate. If you live in Kenya, it's easier to have insurance through the company. Because up to today, I'll give an example. I won't mention which company here. I was following up on one of my policies, and I am being asked for the last communication, I the client. Like Mimi, so there's I the client, and then there's I Miriam Magala. Yeah? Yes. Because it would be difficult for me to accept. So I'm being asked for what my last communication is, what my last payment was, so that the system can be updated. This is today in 2025. So the likelihood that I'll renew my policy with that company is is close to none. We all remember this. The Gen Zs, they changed the narrative in Kenya. They're basically the ones who are running with the decision. And Mr. Omolo, you can correct me in case I'm wrong. Do we have a finance bill for 2023? 2024? But did we even have a budget for 2024? Exactly. So offices the towns were destroyed, offices had to shut down. We were working remotely if you already had the capacity and capabilities, right? Now, some of these people, you see these people here, some of these people are in your offices. Yeah. So if you still have policies that do not speak to them, after you leave this room, you need to engage with the lawyers and human resource professionals. Yeah. Because they brought a whole country to a halt. This is what was happening. It was close to 2 months, 3 months. Yes. And they changed President Ruto's narrative. So we continue. I was trying to make this as interesting as possible, but this is very small. I'll share this slide, but this slide will indicate to you where, can somebody make it bigger? Can you just make it slightly bigger? Is it possible? At the back? Yes, thank you very much. So this slide indicates, can everybody see it? This slide indicates what is going to continue becoming critical and areas in which you will have to distinguish yourself. Like you can see the aspect of risk assessment and underwriting. Because of the evolving nature of it, it's going to remain critical. So the good news is that you will remain with jobs, but the other news is that you have to learn how to work with machines, but also you'll have to be extremely responsive. And it's going to have to be the right kind of underwriting. Then if you look at productivity will definitely come in, and that goes at all levels, whether you're a core company, whether you're targeted, or whether you're an innovator. So at whatever level you are in the business, this will continue to remain extremely important. Productivity in terms of, and I'll speak to the principle of human centrism as I move along. I'll share the slides at a cost. Again, can you make it slightly bigger? I want to focus on the core skills. The core skills. This is from the World Economic Forum. These are going to be the core skills. I was very interested in talent management, curiosity and lifelong learning, creative thinking, as well as resilience. That is what is going to be important to the companies. So it's no longer the technical stuff, it's no longer the day-to-day, it is what do you have in your company, and later we will look at whether you're going to survive or thrive. So this is what is going to continue to matter. I started with profit, because at the end of the day, we are not running charitable organizations, we are running businesses. Profit will continue to matter. People will continue to matter. Consumers are going to have a stronger voice, and regulation is going to be central. You'll find that there are a lot of practices that are being brought into play, and especially the insurance companies are going to have a lot of regulation to deal with. But then again, the brokers are going to have to catch up very fast so that they give solutions. One example I can give is ESG. A broker, for example, if you're covering the construction industry, you have to understand ESG, especially in aspects of what kind of labor force they are using, what kind of material they are using, whether it is sufficient for the environment. So you'll have to understand that in order for you to tailor the policies accordingly. Competition will continue to remain. You'll have competition from robots, because AI is competition. You will have competition from the telecoms, as you already do have, and somebody spoke of embedded insurance. And the banks are moving faster than the insurance companies. So relationships are going to be key. What will increasingly cease to matter, Ambrose spoke about it, short-termism. Now, short-termism is not only thinking short-term. How many of us have annual strategic plans? People, I need to see more energy in the room. How many of us have annual strategic plans? Slatima, you have one?
They may fear to point out to their companies.
Exactly, yes?
Yeah.
Do we have 15-year plans? What is the maximum you have? So that's it. You have to move from 5 to 10 to 15 because it's going to be long-term. The changes are going to come to you very fast, and the term now is pivoting. You have to navigate it extremely fast. So it's not about the year-to-year numbers. If you're going to look at thriving, as Ambrose mentioned, it's going to be long term. And as you're building into the long term, you're also building into the skills, because there's going to be a huge competition for talent. Even though profit will continue to matter, you cannot only focus on shareholders. And people cannot be treated as a number, because now you're going to need people. People are going to come more to the forefront. And now I'll move on to human centrism. I must disclose, I'm very strong people-oriented, very strong at that. So I'll look to the audience to bring me to balance. But now, as Simon Sinek said, again, I have to pick on Geoffrey. He's an ardent reader of, are you or you're not? Ardent reader of Simon Sinek. Why leaders eat last. That means you come last. Very good book. You should look at it. But he said something very profound. He was asking, what does executive mean? Like your chief executive officer, what does it mean? Because the other chiefs have chief technology officer, chief company secretary. Okay, there's nothing like that. There's chief risk officer. You know, there are things like that, right? But what does the term executive define? And what he said is that you're really chief visionary officers. You lay down the vision, but you also have the task of explaining it and also giving your audience or your people a purpose. When they can relate with the vision of the company, then you find that they work better. If you have values as teamwork, what does it mean to you? If you say, I know somebody, one of the companies has that tagline, we care for our people. What do you mean? Because you say you care for your people and your people work for 7 days a week. They work 7 days a week, they work for 24 hours. They are not at minimum wage, they are below minimum wage. They give you feedback, and next thing they have, a letter of termination. For most of you, can your people, this is just something to think about, for most of you, can your people tell you frankly what they think about you? On the other hand, in order for them to tell you, are you open to feedback? Or does that become dramatic? How many of you are open to, how many of you have received feedback? John, have you received feedback? Huh? You have. So only 2 people in the room. How many of you have received feedback and you were not happy with it? Of all those who put their hands up? Yes. Okay. So, leadership will have to be empowering and decisive. If you've determined that a claim is payable, pay the claim. It is as simple as that. If you say the claim is payable, pay the claim, right? If you say the claim is not payable, communicate to the client. If you're saying that we can underwrite the risk, underwrite the risk. It's as simple as that. We are not cooking millet, making posho. We are not, we're not taking children to school. We are not going to the moon. But decisiveness will be important. Otherwise, clients will move. I spoke of authenticity. Of course, definitely, you have to be firm but empathetic. Active listening will be key, because most of us, we are listening to people, but we're already having the answer. So you'll have to look out for what is spoken, unspoken, and also read the room. Because right now I'm reading the room, I even see somebody yawning. So at the back, I can see they're getting a bit tired, but I'm about to wrap up, right? I say that with due respect. But you always have to look out for that. Social aspects will be key. And servant leadership. Servant leadership is back. There's nothing like autocracy. There's nothing like being directional. There's nothing like saying it's my way or the highway. It's not going to exist. People will not listen to you. You will lose talent. It's as simple as that, especially if they have somewhere to go. And this is an industry where you do train people, but they keep going to different companies, and that's an additional labor cost. I've already spoken to human centrism. What I'll just add, and I know it's an expensive venture, but what I'll just add is that wellness programs are becoming extremely key. So it's not about your people being a cog in the wheel or being numbers, but wellness programs are extremely key. I can give an example. You can start with a dance class at your premises once a week. Ugandans, for the regional delegates, Ugandans like dancing, yeah? And we like our matoki, yeah? So it's just the small things. And Ugandans love Fridays. How many people still like Fridays in UG? Yeah. So every once in a while, Alex, you haven't raised your hand, but... So it's just the small things. You can give somebody half a day off. You may not reward them with a bonus, but just half a day off. That's it. You can play music in the office. Who says you can't play music on a Thursday in the office and people continue working? You're looking for people to deliver, right? Yeah. Organizational health. This you'll have to test on a day-to-day basis. What is your culture? What do you want your culture to be? Or are you going to let your culture set its tone and set stage? When you leave it and let it be, that's how you end up with toxic cultures. Toxic cultures, Donato mentioned the grapevine. And you have a very unhealthy level of corporate politics. There's a level at which it's extremely good. You must know what's happening. You must know what's coming to you, right? If you're going to get fired, especially as CEOs, you can't find this out in a board meeting. No. They're telling you to leave. For example, they're telling Alex Makata to leave. They're giving the position to Miriam, and you're not aware at all. So that's important. But there's an unhealthy level of corporate politics. And moving on very quickly, I'll leave this chart. This chart can help you determine. Can you just zoom into it? See the beauty of technology. That's too much zooming. They won't see the other things. Okay, but this is thank you. Thank you, Latima. So this, you always have to test your organizational health. And it's with very simple questions. Mentimeter, are people happy to work here? Give me an example of one thing that needs to change. Is your supervisor giving you room to make decisions? And the CEO needs to know his or her organizational health. You can't be in the towers and not know what's happening on the ground. And it doesn't matter if you're delivering the numbers. But if you're losing people, that's an additional cost to you. And eventually, you'll be phased out. Thank you, sir. We already spoke to continuous learning. Just a thought to leave for you. What is the portion of your budget allocated to training? If it's less than 2%, then I don't know how you're going to evolve in your organizations. And I can give examples. To manage cost, can you start with 1 learning hour a week? That means your staff can get together at lunchtime, and then you teach a topic. But the CEOs in the room, you provide them with lunch. It's not just bringing us together. People at the back, are you happy? Like, the non-CEOs, are you happy? Can you clap? We are negotiating for lunch. Yeah? Yeah? And then for CEOs to keep up to date, I believe this is already being done, Rita, but the Secretariat needs to track trends. These need to be analyzed, and they can give what we call application papers to the various CEOs within the market. And you can also have what we call fireside chats as colleagues, insurers, brokers, everybody, all together. Stakeholder management, I spoke to this already. I will only focus on regulators and governments. You have to get ahead of regulators. Are we back? So as a this was, can you switch this back on? Then I can continue. No, it's not. Hello, hello.
Sure.
Okay, so as we get back on, I was speaking about regulators and governments. So as the market, especially as the brokers, you have to get ahead of regulation. You have to know what government is thinking. You have to know what they are planning, as all this ties into the business. I greet you, my elders. I greet you, sir. Abdul, I greet you. Welcome. Now, in terms of technology, very quickly, I know we've spoken of technology, but technology needs a very strong business case. It's not just a question of placing technology in your company, but you will need to look at it from the perspective of what is the financial benefit and what is the tangible benefit. So it's not just a question of making work easy, but if it is going to reduce the number of hours, in order to manage cost, you have to know the man hours that it's going to reduce and what business it's going to bring for you. As my slides are coming up, so brokers specifically, the human connection will remain key in the market. It will remain a differentiator regardless of technology. So your level of advisory will be key. That means you must understand the trends and be able to advise on them, especially to your clients. The strategic placement of portfolios, what the bigger companies are looking for. Can you advise us on what we need, what we can keep inside, what we need to place outside, and when we are placing outside, what terms are we placing that on? And of course, the pricing must be right. There's a lot of data in the market, and brokers can help bring this together in terms of structuring the risk data, and also in terms of understanding the client profile. That will remain extremely key, and of course, you will need strong trained professionals. The next slide, please. So these are examples that I wished to give in terms of how the brokers can differentiate themselves in today's world, right? So besides the risk profiles, ESG, you will have the likes of Shell, the oil companies. I mentioned the construction industry, the mining industry. They'll still need to understand how to tie ESG into their policies. So you have to study it. Cybercrime, data protection, we spoke of that. If there's a legal regulatory change, what impact does that have on your client? As a leader, you must be able to speak to it. And then I'll give an example. These days, for the companies that sell or offer life insurance cover, it's not only the cover, we're also looking for people who can advise us on how we can grow wealth. So it's not just a question of giving me a cover. So lastly, I say, do you wish to survive or thrive? And I mentioned, please continue. I'll just mention grit and resilience. And this is where women do it so well. And I'll say they do it so well because women carry babies for 9 months, right? And the husbands by the side spend the 9 months. Yeah, okay. Okay. So grit and resilience are going to be key because you're going to have so many things coming to you. I can have an example with one of the countries, and this was one of the East African countries. We had reached the tail end of agreement with the government. The regulator was on board. We were discussing business, and I kid you not, at the last moment they came back and they said no. This is after months and months and months and years of negotiation. And they said no. But we persevere because it's one of our biggest markets. So now we're looking at initiatives on how we can work with other players and other entities that accept us in terms of operating in that market. I can't mention the market here because the market is here. Learning has to become a lifestyle. If you're not reading, at least a minimum of 5 books a month, and I'm excluding TikTok, it's not a book. Yeah? Neither is YouTube. If you're not doing that, because the world is moving very fast. The next slide. People, keep a sense of humor. At the end of the day, I don't want to be morbid, but our times will come to an end on this earth. Yeah? Our times will come to an end in the office, but do you have relationships? And that's why you need to keep a healthy schedule, and you need to model your values, and besides that, tackle the tough stuff. Keeping away from the regulator's office is not going to address your issues. It's not going to do that. Yes. So make the regulator your friend. And he doesn't have to be your bestie, but make the regulator your friend. The regulator decides not to see you, you decide to see him at whatever cost. Make the insurance companies your friends. And brokers, and insurance companies, sorry, make the brokers your friends. Because it's very important that you understand and align with each other. And I'll leave you with that. And lastly, I'll say thank you very much. Thank you. Ambrose, can I go now? I can go? Okay. Put everything back.
Miriam. Can we give her a big, big round of applause? By the time I joined, because of her contribution. If you have not been provoked by Miriam, raise your hand. Then I send you for coffee. Because some of you really, you can go for coffee following yesterday. If you've been provoked, I need to get questions. We have a Mentimeter you can scan, and then we can be able to get some questions that you can be able to respond to before we give her the award. Do we have any questions that we can quickly pick? The name and question, let's keep it really precise so that you can be able to respond. You know, sometimes you can be provoked and intimidated. But I'm sure that we have one or two. Do we have any questions online? For those of us that have phobia for the microphone? All right.
Thank you very much, Miriam. First of all, that you accepted to be a speaker at our conference. It's such an honor to have you. And thank you for being very authentic this morning. My question is around authenticity. I don't know whether it's something to do with our cultures, but we grew up seeing, for example, our parents. Your father was always right. You can't talk back to your father. And so we see that in leaders, especially of a certain age group. And my question is really around authenticity. How can we drive this conversation to everybody in the room that even as a leader, you don't know it all, that you're human, that you're vulnerable, that I can cry. And that does not take away my strength. It doesn't take away my leadership role. I just wanted you to speak into that.
Thank you very much, Miriam. You've indeed you've given us a thought-provoking presentation. My question is on servant leadership. And I ask this because of the picture that you showed of the Pope. I've consulted ChatGPT, and this is what servant leadership is. I just wanted to give a proper definition. It is a leadership philosophy where the primary goal of the leader is to serve others first before self-interest, authority, or power. Now, in the disrupted world that we live in, can we afford to be servant leaders all the time, in your view, or there are times when we need to display authority and power to be believable, but also for the people that we lead to be able to do the things that they're supposed to be doing? Because I'm thinking of, and the biggest servant leader that has ever lived is Jesus. So I'm just thinking about a leader getting to the level of washing his followers' feet, in quotes, in this disrupted world, and in this world, and especially in a patriarchal society that we live in. For a woman, for example, in such a position, is this something that we can do always, or is there room to actually, be something different in different places? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Mine is on strategic plans. I think you were encouraging, all of us here have strategic plans, and you're encouraging people to take a longer term view. The reality is a little different. I am in the second year of a 3-year strategic plan, and what we started off with beginning of last year is very different now, both positive and negative. Negative, there's so much uncertainty. You showed the two, I don't know whether to use the word gentlemen, but the two leaders of the US on the screen, and the kind of chaos they have unleashed in the world, the typical VUCA explanation of the two. And then you have opportunities that have cropped up here locally where insurers have perhaps benefited or gained better than expected, something like bank assurance. So it just sort of throws a 5-year strategic plan up in the air, which means that there must be reviews almost every year. They should actually be shorter rather than be longer. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's take one more, and then you can be able to respond. I see that there are some that have been also posted on our digital platform.
Good morning, and thank you, Miriam, for the different topics you broke down for us. Mine is more about the current leaders that are in these positions. When is it right to step down, and let the other people that we have trained to take over and empower them? Because in most cases, we say we are training, we are grooming, but it's so difficult in the practical world, the real world, to say the season has ended and let me step down and let the younger people take over. Actually, you said take out the toxic people because they kill the culture. But also we see leaders that become toxic at the end when they don't want to step down. So my plea to you today is, for the leaders in this room, when is it right to say, I have groomed, I have trained, I have mentored, it's time for you to fly?
That's quite a difficult question, because stepping down is a national matter rather than an industry matter, isn't it? Really, Miriam, please enter the discussion. Fly with your questions. You have, okay. There's one more here.
Thank you very much. And my names are Coach Rosette Marine. I'm the marketing and communications lead at Capital One Group, digital marketing agency that supports brands, especially insurance companies, thrive and enhance. So my question to you, when you were speaking, I felt your leadership, Miriam, but there is this question of records keeping and archiving. So that when Miriam has been in a space and done ABC, she has a Miriam diary so that the next generation that comes can read and evolve with your leadership and the strides you've made in the space you occupied even like 5 or 10 years after you've left. So my question to you is if you have a base that you always keep to ensure that your legacy or your brand or what you stand for or the servant leadership is archived and put down and it's like a mark for even the youngest generation that is still growing will come and find. Because usually once people talk about you, there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation, but putting it down is actually, so I was wondering if you've done that so that maybe I could as well feed from your leadership, stellar leadership. And yes, those are my 2 cents. Thank you. Back to you.
You have a party B? Okay.
That's short. Thank you. I want to look at Miriam, so you need to move your camera. Okay, so Miriam, what I actually find very interesting is that we discuss leadership, we talk about others, institutions, but where is us? Is it actually very possible that you can do all these nice things that you've been talking to us about and remain happy at the end of the day? You know, leaders are very lonely people. Yeah, they're very lonely people. They have families tearing away. Ronnie was here telling me that it's lonely at the top, in the offices. But you know, me and him prefer to catch a beer in the evening. We don't even want to go home. And that's the case. So yes. How do you remain authentic, as Rita was saying? How do you remain true to you? How do you remain happy? And you're doing all this. Or do you then have to sacrifice one for the other? That balance is really tricky. And that's why we enjoy the cocktails more than the conferences, because there we are. Yeah, so I don't know, you probably would have your thoughts on that, but that's something that I feel that we need to discuss. Yes. Because at the end of the day, we are human beings. Thanks.
Miriam, please allow we get one part C, because it's an elder who was asked.
Okay.
Thank you, Miriam. You have ably presented the situation as it is for leaders today. And it happens to be a very chaotic environment for our leadership at all levels, in the country, in the corporate world. The question of ESG, do you really think our leaders have the opportunity to embrace this ESG? Because there's too much on their table. Can't we, like I was discussing with her yesterday, can't we shift that to the lower level so that ESG targets probably the younger generations in schools, nursery schools, high schools? Yeah, because now ESG is all about values and respect for the environment and all this kind of thing. So can we allow the leaders to run around with the numbers, strategies, and all these things, and then push ESG to the other level so that people come up respecting the environment, knowing what to do, and respecting governance issues? So that's my word.
Miriam, over to you.
Can I take those? So,
Mendes.
can I take the next set later? Is it okay?
That's
So
okay.
I just quickly tackle these.
Okay.
So I'll start with Daniel asking about whether ESG can be devolved to the lower level, and I'll quickly say it cannot be, and I'll explain why. ESG is bigger than the environment, the socials, the governance. ESG is a critical area for investors. ESG is critical for businesses because it's building into sustainability, which is extremely important. And it's also devolving into, because if you don't have a planet on which you can conduct business, then there is no business at all. If you don't have values and principles, is that a business? So it's going to remain very critical. And what the businesses are looking at right now, especially at the global level, is business for impact. So it's going to remain critical. If I move on quickly to John, you're saying, is it possible to remain happy? Happy? I'll be honest. It is difficult, but it's not impossible. So I'll just provide my own recommendation. It's a question of arriving at a balance, and I know a balance is not easy, but I know some CEOs are very clear on their non-negotiables. For example, Ronnie must go home. Ronnie, if that's a message, yeah? Ronnie must go home. Ronnie must take his kids to school. They are non-negotiables in your life, right? And you plan them. But it's also to remember that you can't do everything. So you need to learn, you need to empower, you need to delegate, select the right people, because it's a question of, if you have to renew your marriage vows, which I believe you're going to do soon. So if you're going to renew your marriage vows, you have to be there in church. And the other thing is that always to remember, if you get sick today, God forbid, and you're in ICU, is the company going to stop? And never be deceived. If you report to a board of directors, they already have 2 to 3 CVs in the drawers. So it's remember that you're a human being, right? It's remember that your time will come to an end, and it's to have a balance. And I know for many people, family always comes first. And some people have gone to the point of, in their calendars, they actually indicate, like, I'm not around here, I'm not around here, I'm not around here. There are things I must do. So it's getting a balance every single day. You'll get it sometimes you won't get it. Akuch, that's a very good idea. And it's a comment that I'll take down. The lady who asked, she didn't say her name. She asked about when is it the right time to step down. I say this very humbly, unless it's your company, or unless it's your company, people will stay as long as they deem fit. I'm not saying Uganda is a company, but we have opportunities to vote, and we vote. But in the same instance, unless somebody is contractual, unless somebody is willing to cede power, you have to decide. It's called choosing your fights, choosing your struggle. Like, what do you want? If it's a company you want to go up and the company is not promoting you, then think about other choices. There are a lot of choices out there. Then Rita asked about authenticity. You referred to culture. I will say yes, it is possible. Now I know that our environment, our schools drive a lot in the way we work, but if you're conscious to it, that's an extremely good thing. And then secondly, you have to be, when you're conscious to it, you're willing to learn. So it's also very good to have a mentor or a coach, people who speak into you. And it's also very good because some people also do reverse coaching. You can even have a younger person who tells you, it's not cool to act this way today, or it's okay to do this. And vulnerability, Brené Brown has spoken about it very well in her book, Dare to Lead. But the first time you speak up, it becomes easier the next time. And I know I saw 3 men laughing at the back. It's okay to cry. Because you cry, you get done, and you move on to the next thing. But don't cry every day also, yeah? Because we also look to leaders to being extremely firm. Yeah? But vulnerability is really key. And it also establishes the human connection. For Francesca, in the meantime, somebody can put up the slides. So servant leadership, and the Pope did this very well. And by the way, if the Pope can keep a healthy schedule, you can keep a healthy schedule. He used to rest, he used to reflect, and he used to recuperate. But he hadn't watched TV in 25 years. So if you're a footballer who has to watch all the games, you will suffer at your cost. That's entirely up to you. So there's always a choice. But for Francesca, there are 6 different types of leadership. I had additional knowledge slides. And yes, you can determine, but the most important thing is, how are you defined? Are you serving self, or are you serving others? And when you're serving others, do they come first? In this new era, others will have to come first because you need them. And people need to know that they are cared about. When people know they are cared about, they will care about your business. Ambrose spoke about people who spend 24 hours in the boardroom. And something that leaders don't look out, I can speak now from the employment perspective. We always know if you're looking out for us or if you're looking out for yourselves. We will always know. And sometimes we also know your salary, yeah? So there's that. Latima, Mr. Mukasa, I take the comment on strategic plans, and I do agree that in this environment it's difficult, but what I was relating to, that there are some constants. So can you think about those constants in the long term? For example, technology is going to be a constant. ESG is going to be a constant, yeah? But we don't know which way the geopolitics will go. So there are those constants. So can you think about them in the long term? And where you need to recruit. But even when you have a long-term plan, it takes into account the current circumstances, and then you can tweak from time to time. So it's easier to tweak than to start from scratch. Because then after 3 years, after 5 years, then what? So it's always the then what question, and then that brings about your legacy. Because Mr. Mukasa wouldn't want you to leave MUA, and then we don't hear of MUA again. Yeah, that's the test of leadership. Mendes, I think I can only take one last question. I hope I've addressed all your questions. I think she came first.
We are taking only these 2. Please agree with us. Amen? The rest, she's still around, side the back.
So thank you, Miriam, for the great presentation. I saw within one of your slides where you talked about the 50-50, the gender balance. So I didn't want you to go without you talking about the gender story. So we've observed an increasing discussion over gender. And ZEPRI has really taken a lot of strides towards that, including Rwanda. But what we have seen in markets like Uganda, it's still heavily male-dominated, and we need to change that story. You actually came out and said women have become the game changers. What do leaders in this room do to help in this conversation of gender balance, and how do we ensure that they thrive? Because we've heard some people saying if we employ a lot of women, they're going to get pregnant, they're going to go away for 9 months, and production goes down, I have to employ someone else. So what do we do to convince the leaders in this room to have that 50-50 gender balance?
Thank you. Miriam, thank you for that inciting short presentation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Could you just say a few words about, because you've talked about the leaders.
Yes.
Could you just say a few words about the led?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I can take those very quickly. The 50-50 gender balance, I'll just use ZEPRI as an example. And what we do have, we have a leader at the top who has taken deliberate steps to drive the inclusion of women in the company. Now, even yesterday when I was observing, a lot of the pictures had only men. And then when they had women, they had mostly Rita. Yeah, because it seemed, yeah, Abdul is looking at me, but it's true. Yeah? Because I'm taking facials. So it is very deliberate, but I'm also a proponent of do not promote women because they are women. They must be able to do the job. And they are getting pregnant to all the men in the room does not matter. Because what I will say, I can speak for the women I've worked with. Women deliver. It's because it's ingrained in us. So it's ingrained in us. Like when we take on a job, we must do a job. Now, some of you may not have had good experiences, but that's not a question of gender. It's a question of character. Right? And even when you look at the companies, most of the companies perform well. But I'm also proud to say, I don't have the stats here, but I'm also proud to say that companies that have women have also performed extremely well. So it's very deliberate, but where there are more men, you have to set up a mentoring program, you have to set up a coaching program, you have to set a talent management program in place. So it's very intentional, very focused. Now, on to Doctor's question. When I started the presentation, I spoke of everybody being a leader in the room. So on whichever side of the coin you're sitting on, especially in terms of values, ethics, integrity, authenticity, how you carry out your work is actually the norm today. So if you can remember one of the third slides, when I was asking, is it trust or performance? Is it initiatives or outcomes? What kind of skills will we need? So that definitely applies to the led. And what I'll finally add, even the led need to be solution-oriented. It's not that the leader can carry the whole baggage for you. They are not your parents. They're just in the office as CEOs and managing directors. So, Doctor, feel free to add anything, any words of wisdom you'd like to give the audience. I will just end it here and say thank you very much. Gava, please, in case he wishes to add something else. Doctor, you wish to add? Okay. Can I leave now, Gaba? Huh? Thank you.
All right. Allow me invite Abdul. Abdul, please come and award Miriam. Miriam said that he's blown away by your outfit. Can I request the team you're working with to bring the award to Miriam for a performance, for a presentation well done. Can I request that we all stand up and give Miriam a 5 factorial? Are we all up? Are we all up? Are we all up? Miriam has said that 5 has been given to many. She needs a 7. A 7 factorial. Some of us have not been in rhythm. Now that we've practiced, let's do it harder and better to appreciate Miriam more time and the presentation well done. 7 factorial. Very good. Can we take our seats? Now, There are conversations that we had, and one of the people in the audience came up and said that it is lonely at the top. For us who are not at the top, we want to first come there. So Mr. Ronnie Musoke, do not threaten us. Mr. John and Chisache, do not threaten us. We want to first come there, isn't it, people? And we see how lonely it gets when I'm being paid well and I drive a cool car. So this business of it's lonely at the top, we will first get there, Ambrose, and then we feel how lonely it can be. It's just like marriage. It's just like marriage. Those who are inside it, some of you say it's hot. Us who are not there, we are saying we first enter and we see the heat, then we come out. Yeah, there is that common statement that say that if you marry well, you are complete. And if you marry wrongly, you are completely finished. So that's the whole point. If you are there, we shall first come there. And then someone in the audience said that step down. LOCs, the only thing they have is a stamp. The only thing they have is a water. They are not living. And you talk about stepping it down. It's not a very easy subject matter. But thank you very much, Miriam, for your guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, I've realized that our energy levels are dropping. But also I want us to really have a clear difference between a break tea and a lunch. Let us accept that we're going to take 15 minutes of a tea break. Do not make me a prefect. The moment 15 minutes are done, come back. We do our final session before we close. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move for the tea break. Thank you. Good afternoon. Can I kindly request that we settle in so that we can be able to catch up on our lost time? Let's find our seats so that we can be able to find our lost time. Before I invite our next panel, which I am confident and adequate that it will give us a befitting conclusion of our conversation for a 2-day conference, I want to request for about 5 minutes, which I'll make use of to introduce about 2 or 3 institutions that I want us to leave. I don't want us to leave without picking a message from them. Because of our regional engagement, the geopolitical environment that Miriam alluded to, but also the relevancy and essence of collaborations and partnerships. We all know our forthcoming OSI conference, and I want to invite the CEO of Uganda Re, Mr. Ronnie Musoke, to come and give you a bit of the flesh so that we can get ready to attend in huge numbers. Let's welcome Ronnie with a big clap.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Now, I'm not here in the capacity of Uganda Re, but here in the capacity of OSI, and that is the Organization of Eastern and Southern African Insurers. I believe you're all familiar with OSI, but in case you're not, like has been mentioned, this is an organization that relates to all insurance services in Eastern and Southern Africa. And what is going to happen is this year, this conference normally moves from one country to another. And we are honored to be hosting it in Uganda this year. And I believe this is good for us, both as a sector, but also as a country. And when I say as a sector, it means that Uganda is not only going to provide a venue for the conference, but we need to show cause as the insurance fraternity by all of us coming together and participate in this conference. What we did last year is we communicated to all of you. We hope you received our communication mentioning this conference and indicating that as you're planning for your budgets for 2025, you factor in something small at least for this conference. Because it is one thing saying that Uganda is hosting, but again, what have we done about it as the insurance fraternity? So this is our opportunity to come together and show our friend delegates that we're indeed good hosts. So I'm counting on all of you. When we reach out to you, let us come together and do this and let us showcase Uganda. So this conference will be held in August, specifically from 24th to 27th. So you could block your diaries and other details will be given to you. If you haven't yet seen the link, I think it's already out there. In case you haven't seen it, please check. And we can even probably start registrations, but further details will be given to you. So I'm counting on you that when we reach out to you, even before we come to you, please let us come together and make sure that we receive our delegates and showcase Uganda and give them a reason to always come back to us. So I thank you so much for being given this opportunity to be able to deliver this message to you. Thank you.
Ronnie, I want you to know that it's not by mistake that immediately after the coffee break I got you here to speak first. It's only a message to say that at that conference, look no further when it comes to... I'll leave it there hanging. I want to... It's called milking the what? Ronnie, I hope that you find a way to convince whoever so that it is what it is supposed to be. Isn't it? Wouldn't we have a good time? All right. So quickly, allow me to invite also Trevor. We talked about a conversation on leadership. And he has an interesting program when it comes to boardroom matters. I wanted to give Trevor a minute, the CEO of League of East African Directors, to also just share a word or two. Before I invite a colleague from UAP, we talked about the vendor moment, and I want to end that. I'm sure by that time I'll be done with my 5 minutes. Trevor, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, my name is Trevor Riho, and my team at Kenbright, where I serve as director, dragged me here. They've been convincing me to come for Ibao for the last 4 editions, and for some reason, I always found an excuse, but I'm glad that this year, Mbarara happened. And to Ibao, I say, I came as a visitor. I'm staying as a... For the 8th edition of Ibao, we are coming on as double sponsors. Double in the sense that Kenbright will continue with the support that it renders, the team at Kenbright. But the League of East African Directors will also throw its small weight behind the 8th edition, wherever it will be, and God willing, giving us life, of course, because it's a place to belong. To all the league members in the house, I see Rita, Francesca. At League, which is the League of East African Directors, we seek to develop a pool of professionals. Professionals in the space that they occupy the boards. And when I look at the membership therein, we seem to be very strong in the banking sector, in the legal sector, very strong, telecommunications. But there's a gap for insurance professionals. Because where we are headed, and what we hope to do with LEAD, is to be able to develop boards for hire, for example, which is the next phase of where League is going, and to also have inclusivity. So you have a board that is rich in terms of expertise, that is rich when it comes to banking, when it comes to the legal space, but also the insurance knowledge and expertise should be at that table, because insurance presents such a unique opportunity. You sort of a perfect blend of the legal sector and the banking sector, but with the richness that insurance is. So I hope that I leave with a sizable pool of members. I told Ambrose at the break that we really must have the conversation. When he speaks, he belongs there. He does, Rita, right? He does. And many more in the room. So for me, it's to say thank you very much for the invitation. I have been converted, and I look forward to many more of such meaningful engagements. God bless you all.
Miriam alluded to long-term thinking. I think, Ibao, you are seeing how we are now pulling for the next conference and the funders of the next conference. Ask your neighbor, are you the next funder? Please allow me use them in this way. I want to recognize Mr. Geoffrey Obong, a veteran insurer. I do not know if he's here. People that have stood with this industry, created a lot of value. Where's Geoffrey? Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Geoffrey, thank you very much. And Geoffrey, I'm very excited by your choice of seating. You know, you are adaptive. I'm saying you're seated with Gen Z, you know, male and female, just to make sure you pick on the ideas of the male and female Gen Zs and how they see the world. Geoffrey, that's very, very good of you. And thank you very much for your contribution. I want to talk about the unsung heroes that probably will not come out very clear. People like Chris Bakesiga, the head of the Secretariat. Is he here? Yeah. When I see Chris, I see what we call servant leadership. Let's give Chris really a big... When you laugh, you are meaning that what? That is not a servant leader. All right. This event is not only hosted by me. There's a lady called Josephine. Josephine is supposed to be the co-MC of this event, but I think she prefers the nightlife. Let's appreciate my co-MC, Josephine. Josephine Willisa Watson. Yeah. By the way you're standing, the impact of yesterday. Finally, please allow that this may sound personal, but my eyes are drawn to MUA for one reason. Not this time around, not because of LATMA. Can I request the team of MUA, those that are fully branded in MUA, to stand up for recognition? I think you see why I am attracted to talk about MUA and what it means to brand yourself in and out to make sure that you look, yes. Team MUA, please come. People may not be seeing you well. I know the conference convener may eat me for this. This is personal. This is personal, but you will see that if you were me, you would do what I have done. Yeah, it's just... yeah, because... Can we clap for Team MUA? I want to request the CEO, you know, Latma, please join in. You have a picture to remember this moment. Because, you know, when they walk in, you really see that they have come. Yeah. You really see that they have come there in the middle. Because I created the moment for you, let me find a spot for myself. I am not very sure that we shall finish the conference. But Team MUA, thank you very much. You can. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to take a bit of your time. Please join me in welcoming the CEO of ICA Life, Emmanuel Mwaka, to take it away for our next panel. Can we welcome him with a big round of applause?
So Las Vegas stands for something. So for those of you that know, Las Vegas stands for the sleazy side of life. Many a time we are told what happens in stays where? My name is Emmanuel Mwaka. I'm very, very, very privileged to take you on the next journey, which I think, for selfish reasons, I would say is the most important journey. So I hope and expect that we'll not only have your ears, but you'll keep your eyes completely peeled. But more than not, you will pick up a nugget or two that you take back from Vegas, so that not all that happened here stays here. The things that will happen from now on should be things that you carry away with you. I know the MC, you know, he was looking for a lost ring. I don't even know why he was looking for a lost ring. I think the ring was put in the small jean pocket. I think you know that small one. I also heard that ladies nowadays do that. I try to take note of the few people who came to the stage just shortly before me, and I noticed that they had a lot of space. Whether they came that way or not, I have no idea. But I'm here to moderate a session that's very critical, as I said. The world is ever changing, and so must we. And what we had yesterday, I think from one of our speakers, it must have been Mumba, he talked about uncertainty now being a definite certainty. So, which basically means that, you know, the unexpected is now the expected. So we expect the unexpected at all times. And we know for a fact that the new world is a world that is very, 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 very disruptive. So joining me to help me unpack this and give us something to take away from Vegas is a team, a grouping, and as I'll introduce them one by one, you'll see that these would be the people that would redefine how we look at the new world. These would be the people that have peered through that proverbial clear eyeglass to see into the future and tell us exactly what do they see and what should we be paying keen attention to, what must we be focusing on. I've had, again, the privilege of listening in on some of these conversations and having some small engagements with them, and I can tell you for a fact that even though I'll be the moderator, I think I'm very, very excited to just tap into the wealth of knowledge that will be right before you shortly. Again, they say you have to milk every opportunity. So at ICLI, one of the things that we stand for, and for those of you that care to know, I think Miriam talked about the future, that we need to have a world to live in. We need to have a world where businesses will actually operate in the future. And at ICLI, I think we treat this very, 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 very carefully. And we've invested significantly in it. We were the signatories, or we sponsored the Nairobi Declaration, and we're the first signatories of what we refer to, or what's referred to as the principles of sustainable insurance. And if you look through the principles of sustainable insurance, you get to realize that if you do not embed and incorporate sustainability in the things that you do and in how you do the things that you're required to do, then ultimately you might not have a future to live in. We've just come off the back of some floods in the city. I think Miriam saw a picture which she thought was a video. I think the floods at Lugogo were only there for, what, like 10, 20 minutes, and they cleared. I know sometimes being abroad, you think the country is being washed away. No, we are still here and we'll continue to be here. But we've seen things like the California fires, and I remember seeing the estimate of the losses that happened from that particular fire, and, you know, adding the 3 zeros to our total industry premiums and multiplying by 3, and I still couldn't figure out how, if California was anywhere in Uganda, or if the magnitude of what happened there, what it would have meant for the industry at large in Uganda. But I believe this is some of the things that we'll unpack from the aspect of collaboration as well. And there was a question, I think, that Miriam asked about, I think, something to do with surviving or thriving. And I hope when you listened yesterday at the description of the new world, I hope you learned something about what the new world brings up in terms of possibilities, in terms of the nature of the people. I think there was a bit of a discussion here about the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas and etc. You know, people like me, I fall in a certain category, but I'm very careful to identify as another one. And I'm very sure you saw a lot of that happen last night. My Uncle Solomon here, identifying as something else from what we could see. But we've seen effectively that there's quite a lot in the new world that we need to pay keen attention to. So let me cut the chase and go straight into my introductions. So joining me on the panel today, and please when I read your name, your bio, please walk up to the stage and take the second seat right there. So I'll start by introducing Dr. Tom Buringuriza, who is the country manager for AMA Energy. If you want to read more about him, it's on page 29, not Revelations 3:17, as we're told. But Dr. Tom, as you hear, carries with him a rare blend of boardroom acumen, academic depth. He's a statistician at heart and in practice, and his transformation in how he approaches life. In his current role, he's the board chair of Citibank and also country manager for AMA Energy Uganda. And you get to hear quite a bit, mostly around where the world is going and maybe where we need to hitch our rides or to. Dr. Tom is a recognized expert in high-performance organizations and corporate governance, and mostly, he's also very, very passionate about shaping sustainable growth that we all are in this room for. So, Dr. Tom, you're very most welcome. My next panelist will be my regulator, Miss Francesca. So many of us have seen and heard from Francesca, and she oozes legal or legalese. So she's a seasoned governance and legal executive with over 17 years experience. And we've seen her in the industry, I think, if my recollection is not wrong, for maybe 3-4 years. She's passionate about ethical leadership and long-term impact, and she continues to shape governance systems that foster transparency, resilience, and sustainable growth. And one of the key things you'll hear from her is, you know, this regulator landscape that we have, or that we feel sometimes is hovering around us. What does it mean in the new world order? And how do we effectively align ourselves to be in sync with our license requirements? So, Madam, you're very most welcome. My third panelist asked me a question, and this question I am using the opportunity to milk the microphone to say that, yes, there was no award for Queen Dancers, but before I got married, someone told me, okay, my uncle of mine told me that, you know, there are certain people who with little effort achieve tremendous. Okay, Miss Mendes is a dynamic insurance executive driving regional growth through strategic leadership and deep industry expertise. She currently serves as the managing director of Liaison Group, Rwanda, and is also the chairperson of Rwanda Insurance Brokers Association. Mendes' career is a testament to impactful leadership, cross-border influence, and unwavering commitment to advancing financial services in Africa. The thing I didn't finish is that, MC, you need to prepare an award. I don't know what it will be, but I think we all know that there was only one Queen Dancer. Now that one, it's above my pay grade, but what I know is she represented East Africa in more ways than one. And I think she deserves an accolade for that. So whether we shall end this session with a dance competition or not is another thing altogether. But you're very welcome, Mendes. Last but not least, on the panel is Dr. Donato Laboke. I don't know where the doctor came from, but it's written here, so I'll read it. Anyway, Dr. Donato is a visionary marketing strategist with over 13 years experience across insurance, advertising, strategy development, marketing, and brand development. He's currently the head of marketing and channel development for East Africa at Sanlam. Dr. Donato is known for his creative energy, brand building acumen, and dedication to empowering others through purposeful marketing. Join me to welcome Dr. Donato. The thing I can't say about Dr. Donato is that I have known him for, if my recollection doesn't serve me, I think 24 years? Yeah. I have known him for 24 years. So, so please, if I don't recognize him as a doctor, understand that I saw him before you saw him, and he saw me before you saw me. So my panelists, you're all very most welcome. The topic we have is one that is the core or the crux of this conference. As I stated, we, usually for such conferences, and I think 2 or 3 people have already stated that the highlight for this conference is usually the nighttime activity. But when you go through the conference brochure, our theme is very simple. What are the major trends shaping the globe under the overarching role or overarching theme of a whole new world? Now, you all represent different spheres of industry, different spheres of operations within some of the industries. And I just want to start by asking you to give us snippets, just 2 minutes only, of what do you see or what defines for you the new world in your direct industry. This has nothing to do with insurance, but if you're more comfortable with insurance, please feel free. And we'll go in the order that I introduced you to. So over to you, Dr. Tom.
Good afternoon, friends. 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. I am perhaps one of the few people who are defined as not from the industry, although I do insure things. But I want to thank you for the kind words. I read how you described me, and I had to go and look in the mirror to make sure that I'm the one. So thank you very much, and for the kind introduction. But also I come from Mbarara, so you're welcome to Mbarara. I believe we'll get back to the topic, but now you want us to talk about the new world. The new world, when did it become new? I was listening to Professor Jeffrey Sachs about the current crisis between China and the United States, and he reflected on a plan that China drew up in 2014, in which they anticipated what is happening now, and it was a 2014 to 2025 plan. So in 2014, they already looked at today and knew it would happen and what they would do. Today they have a new plan, that's China. 2025, to 2039 about what will follow when this fight ends. That is the scare that you get when you talk about the new world. But I'm not here to scare you. But you see, you hear AI. You hear globalization, automation. Again, Jeffrey Sachs says, well, Mr. Trump thinks that by imposing tariffs, he'll bring back the industries and create jobs in the United States. But the jobs are actually automated, all of them. There is even thought about robot tax, because jobs are going to be done by robots. So who is going to pay as you earn? In my other job, I chair a World Bank project called the Invite Project. The intention of the project was to bring necessary funds to help companies that struggled during COVID. And because of the AHA problem with Uganda, the donors and the government have been discussing how to normalize that situation. And the issue of E&S or ESG frameworks became very vital. Uganda has now signed to an E&S framework, and as of 4th of April, the ban on funding was lifted. I think you heard the big man saying now they think we are good people. But that's because we signed on that. It has got huge implications to your businesses. New risks are arising from that. I've had occasion to share with Emmanuel here, and I believe we'll touch on that a bit later. So all these things, inclusion, energy, environment, investment, climate change, and the others, are impacting on business processes, and yet you are never ever going to be perfect with these processes. So what is left? It's a race. It's a race where the one who is excellent, because you can't be perfect, so you can be excellent, meaning you reach the finish line before the others, but you're not perfect. So what do we see in excellence? Risk-taking, risk mitigation, cost-effectiveness, good prioritization, and many other things, agility in strategy. Even whether strategy really can be strategy. Because I had my friend, my brother Latima, we come a long way, Latima. Cricket and all that. I had him talk about VUCA, but it went through the window, as you know. We got used to VUCA. We improved our forecasting. We started using advanced Excel, Python, and all that. And suddenly we got Bunny. I hope you've heard of Bunny. How many people have heard of Bunny? VUCA transformed into Bunny. VUCA is what? Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Suddenly we have got brittle, anxious, non-linear, linear regression. All that is out of the window, and incomprehensible. Like COVID. My 2 minutes, I nearly finished.
Yes, I'm about to switch off your microphone.
That the president will make a speech and say, with effect from tomorrow, you can't work. And you have a 10-year strategy. Out of the window. So we've moved away from VUCA now. We are talking Bunny. So that's the new world I see. The disruptions are more scary. It's going to get worse. The coming epidemics will be more dangerous. So we are talking business continuity. We are talking very many different issues. That's what I see in the new world. I don't think I've made the situation any better, but we have a chance to talk a bit more. Thank you.
So Thank you very much, Dr. Tom. And I think for the audience, I think you can hear, and I must say this is just a snippet of some of the insights that we'll be delving into in this discussion. But before we go into that, I'd like to invite Francesca to possibly throw a light as well into what she sees as the new world.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I'll pick up from where Dr. Tom not stopped, but what he mentioned about a race. Thomas Friedman once said that every morning in Africa, a gazelle wakes up and knows that it must run. It must outrun the fastest lion or get killed. And every morning in Africa, a lion wakes up. It knows that it must run better than the fastest gazelle, otherwise it will starve. Now that is the world we are living in. In the last 6 years, I don't know about you, but it's like the world is on steroids in terms of throwing change to us. We thought when it threw the pandemic at us, things would stop there. And then we were speaking of VUCA, we were speaking of so many uncertainties, etc. But then it did not stop there. It has kept throwing changes at us. And these are not changes that have just come up suddenly. These are changes that were brewing under the COVID-19 pandemic and even before then. And now they've come to call. And that is the many changes that we're seeing in terms of climate change and climate risks, in terms of technological changes, political changes. I'm sure the Trump administration policies have not left anyone the same in terms of so many other risks. So things have changed. The insurance landscape has changed for us as an insurance industry. And so each of us must evolve with these changes. And for us as a regulator, we are standing there and looking at all these changes and asking ourselves, how are we going to ensure that this industry remains resilient and adaptable? Because there are so many changes out there on the global landscape. In terms of regulation, you've heard of how insurance supervisors are coming together to regulate and come up with regulations that are going to ensure that you underwrite climate risks effectively, that are going to ensure that you take care of cyber threats and cyber risks, are going to ensure that you take care of the energy transition, so many changes. So we cannot afford to stay the same as an industry. So Emmanuel, when you ask me, how do I view the new world? That is how I view it. We are like that gazelle, we are like that lion. We must wake up and run with the changes so that we do not get killed or starved on the way. And I know we'll discuss further about the magnitude of the climate risks and cyber threats later on in the discussion, but we cannot stay the same as an industry, but also most importantly, as brokers, we cannot stay the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Francesca. There's an analogy that I learned a long while ago as I was growing up, and it related to the fact that, you know, sometimes you have to be careful when you see a light at the end of the tunnel. You do not necessarily need to raise your hopes up because it just could be an oncoming train rather than the end of the tunnel. And I think from what you've heard already, at least from what Francesca has tried to highlight, you can already start to see that, you know, the future that we envisage. As a gazelle, we need to, I don't know, rev up our engine, and if we are the lion chasing the gazelle, and we know the gazelle has revved up its engine, we then know that, you know, as a lion, then we need to work extra hard to actually catch the gazelle to ensure that we have life after. But when you think about the new world, and I'll go to you, Donato, I mean, from your vantage point, what do you see in the horizon? Now, Dr. Tom has given us a broad picture that has covered aspects of the oil and gas space, that has covered the aspects of the legislation from the ENS frameworks, you know, the AHA law in Uganda, and he's defined something to do with excellence and brought in the perspectives of Bani and VUCA, and I'm going to disorganize him by bringing a new term now. And Francesca has just, you know, thrown us further out to take us through the regulatory landscape and how insurance supervisors globally may be ganging up to make life more difficult or to make life easier or better, as it may, for the clients that we serve. From your vantage point, are you going to throw us further out there, or are you going to paint a better picture of hope?
Thank you, Emma. I'll try to bring it closer home. When you think about the journey we've had as an industry or businesses, if you recall back in the day when the Industrial Revolution had just started taking off, countries were able to produce, and they went through, capacity was very high, they were very productive. The biggest thing every business was looking for was access to markets. Every company that you'd hear of that was doing production was looking for access to markets. Now, when they got access to those markets, they had a bigger problem: supply of inputs and also labor. So we saw a transition where they now start looking for that supply. And that's where Africa becomes an interesting place. And while we get through that production age, we get to the point where the service sector starts playing a very big part. And so labor becomes critical. Trained labor, skilled labor becomes very critical. We see all these transitions. The focus is on that. In my space of work, when you look at marketing, it starts to play a bigger role in that space where we get now that you have access. The market has been so fragmented with the digital. Now we are talking about AI. Things are changing. And what has happened? To be into this space, you have to think beyond just communicating and taking product to market. The understanding of the cost of taking your product to market becomes very critical because it's going to feed into a number of other factors. So while we see the globe fighting, like you've mentioned, there's digital has allowed us to automate, but you come back to the reality of how we do business, the number of opportunities that we see. Some things are not going to change. We may try so much to want to imagine it as a new world, but it becomes a reality. Uncertainty became certainty. Now at this moment we're calling it a new world, but when you look deeper, you realize it's just a change of concepts. But how we do things and how we've been doing them there's a relation where we change what we call it to make ourselves comfortable. So I'll raise just a few things, Emma, that I think you need to take note of. Efficiency. The urge for efficiency will not change. It remains. Efficiency in operations, in delivery, efficiency remains very critical. The other bit I would like to raise is on competitiveness. How competitive we are feeds into a number of things. The reach, your capacity, how many you're able to serve within a short time, how fast, how relatable is your solution in the market. Those things remain very, very critical. The last one, which we all wait for, every shareholder likes it. Ambrose, I'm sure, every quarter, he has to answer this, and anyone in leadership or business, you have to answer this. We say profitability. But what's the reality? It speaks into profitability also being fragmented. Because we've gone so diverse in how we reach the market that we need to now measure a return for every channel we use to the market. And a new reporting standard comes in. Does it make sense? You start to see the tracking of every value we have in the business that we take to the market and what does it return for us as a business. So this remains very fundamental in the future because we'll have to actually have a better understanding of these factors in how we actually deliver solutions, which lastly tells you that, and as we go further, Emma, I will shed more light on those areas. Tech remains a conversation. You know, the risk of this theme, and I think I shared with organizers, that usually if you go to any discussion on innovation or the new world, it almost looks like a digital discussion. Ends up looking like a digital discussion. And I like the fact that the way you themed it is that to avoid that bit, but it's because tech will remain a very critical area. Processes. will not go away. Because if you're in the service sector, you need to understand the processes better, so that will remain. Culture, for those in HR and leadership and managers and businesses, culture becomes a critical element. The last I close with, and I think I'll shed more light on it as we engage further, our business models. We would like to discuss more what this means for us in the new world. Our business models as insurance companies, as brokers, as agents. What kind of business models are we running? And try to understand the impact of the new world on our business models. You can want to change, you can change a few things, just like a lady will put on makeup, will dress smart, and she'll change a bit for a moment. But when she goes back to factory setting, it's a different thing. So it's the same analogy I'm using here to share with you that in the real world, as a marketer, so don't get me wrong, I'll speak. So in the essence of how we operate is that we jig ourselves up a bit, think we've got it right. You introduce a few new products, we are innovative, you sign charters, you become part of this force, you subscribe to all the things, but when you look at your business model, nothing has changed. You're back to factory setting. So Emma, I think I'll take it on when we go further, but I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Donato. So I need not ask who you woke up with, because you know that last analogy is only achieved through experience. And since the night was short, we shall have that discussion at another time. But sticking to that area, and I think this is an insurance brokers conference, and last but not least, Mendes, as a broker, from your perspective, what do you see any opportunities in these risks that these three colleagues of ours have shared? Is there something new that you see that, from a broker's perspective, fits in the mold of what you define as the new world that all brokers must be paying keen attention to?
Thank you, Emmanuel. Just thank you to Ibao for inviting us. Just thank you to Ibao for inviting us to Uganda. It's always a pleasure to be here. So when we started insurance over 25 years ago, we believed that relationships were the core. And we used to say out of sight, out of mind, which meant that we had to walk to our clients, see our clients physically, and actually get to interact with them. But now we are seeing a shift, especially during COVID, where we did not have that physical interaction with our client. And we've seen a shift where the younger population is now looking for convenience rather than actually meeting Mendes. And when I started the broking journey, I've always been a broker from the beginning of my insurance journey. We used to push away the retail business, and we used to call that administratively taxing. But in the new world, what we are seeing now is that broking will not just be about intermediation. We are no longer just intermediaries. So in the new world, we'll find ourselves being strategic risk advisors, where we'll probably be specialist risk advisors focusing on niche sectors of climate, risk, cyber, and the gig economy. We'll be shifting from product selling to consultative selling. So it's more what Miriam was saying, active listening. We'll not just be pushing products, and I'm sure the marketing people will agree. We are no longer just product-centric. We are going to be customer-centric. That's the new world. We're going to help our clients navigate complex regulatory environments. We are not running away from ESG, Rwanda already has the regulation. Insurers have started this year reporting, so there is no way where ESG is going. So brace yourselves, the boards are changing. Brokers will have to integrate their services into non-traditional ecosystems, retail fintechs, embedded insurance products, and use of APIs. So we'll have to, I will stop here, but we'll speak more on that as we progress. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So I hope you're as excited as I am, because the breadth of knowledge that we have here, just from the snippets that you've had, almost actually, I would say, is directly in line with, I think I consulted, was it Miriam's friend, or was it Francesca? No, it was Francesca's friend, ChatGPT. And I asked ChatGPT about Bunny and what's the role of the insurance broker in the new world. As usual, ChatGPT gives very interesting insights. And I'm just going to read the summary. And the summary from ChatGPT is that the world has moved from merely complicated to deeply confusing and emotionally reactive. Insurance brokers who succeed in this bunny world will be empathic advisors, not just intermediaries, embrace digital tools and data, but humanize the experience, and anticipate and translate new kinds of risk before clients ask. No prizes for guessing. I think I read the same information like what Mendes read when she used ChatGPT. But I guess you can tell that this is a direction that we all must focus our attention on. And to help us break this further, I'm going to start off with throwing two questions at Dr. Tom. And please, as members of the audience, feel free. I think there is a code to send any questions that then I'll try to summarize at the end and throw at my panelists. So Dr. Tom, I'm going to ask two questions. And these two questions are built on something that you've almost hinted on. And my understanding of what you say, the picture you painted of the new world, is that insurance must work with collaboration and synergies. At my company, again, milk every opportunity, we have a tagline that we are always better together. But sometimes in reality, we face challenges, mostly arising from maybe not looking beyond our noses. But from your wealth of experience, how can we change our mindset as insurers to ensure that we get the best out of collaborations and synergies? The second question I have is we had an interesting session as insurers about 3 or so weeks ago at the IRA breakfast, where the deputy governor made many statements, but the one that stuck with me, and because I have someone out there doing this particular kind of role, is the contribution of house helps to the GDP of the country. And his statement or his challenge or his issue was that we are here speaking big English, using the choicest of words, describing what leaders are and what they are not. But those that we despise the most actually have a more significant impact on the economy than us as insurers. But for all the issues that the house helps go through and what they do, etc., one of the things that seems to stick out is the collaboration that seems to be their strongest point. From the point of the agencies that manage this particular segment, to the line ministry, to the discussions around the laws that govern it, and how they effectively run it. From your perspectives of the discussions that you've been involved in, given that yes, you insure, you participate in the insurance services sector as a client, where do you think we have failed as insurers? And before you come in, the audience that we have is primarily brokers. The audience also then has an interplay of some underwriters directly, and we have colleagues as well that come from the region. So my expectation for you, Dr. Tom, and for the rest of the panelists, is that in our responses, we must make sure that we address these questions first and foremost to the benefit of the brokers in the room and to the insurance industry at large. I have two more that I'll add to that. Over to you, Dr. Tom.
Wow. You know, in my first year at university, in my first class, mathematics class, the topic was to prove and confirm that the number 0 exists uniquely. And you should have looked at our faces. We were like, yeah, but we came here for serious things. Yeah, we found out later that if actually 0 did not behave the way it does up to today, all numbers would be equal. I can show that to you later separately. You touched on the issue of mindset. I'm going to use my own example here. It's not an insurance one, but it's an example where I actually learned in a real life situation. In my other life, I am a farmer. I fatten animals for meat. And we were never farmers in our family, but in fact, one of the first people to help me to get the first some of the first animals I started with was my brother Geoffrey, who grew here. He has been a farmer longer than me. So we were there struggling with, you know, how to look after the animals, how to make them fatter and all that. So they started getting eye infection. So you see the pus coming out of the eyes and so on, because they bend down to graze, so they pick bacteria into the eyes. And there's an ointment you can get from the pharmacy and apply. It's very expensive. So my neighbor, illiterate, poor, but also a farmer, doesn't speak English. He looked at me with my spectacles and my PhD, and at my vet with his white coat. Of course, he came on his motorbike, and we were applying ointment to the eyes of the animals. So he came and said, "You're going to spend a lot of money on this treatment. Let me suggest that you try tobacco." So he brought some tobacco leaves, which we then put on the fire. Those of you know that some of our grandparents used to do that and then chew the tobacco. But this time you squeeze the liquid into the eyes of the animal, and actually the worms start coming out there, and then by the end of the day they are healed. My vet was interested to understand how that happened. He did some study on the pharmaceutical product we are using, and lo and behold, the main ingredient in that medicine was nicotine, which, as you know, is tobacco. That is when I realized that I was a school dropout. Except that I dropped out at PhD. This example, for me, was a big eye-opener about mindset. That gentleman is now one of my closest friends. and he has done with me many other things. Why do I use this example? To answer the mindset issue. Your industry, the little I know about it, is information intensive. When we are doing deals with you guys, you see very highly knowledgeable people with lots of details, maybe sometimes to confuse us, your clients, and get our money. But there are some honest ones. But there's a lot of information, and you seem sometimes to be locked up in the products which you offer, in the success you've achieved with those products, and it has become a straitjacket sometimes. Now, if I had been a traditional farmer, I would not be operating a modern feedlot. That old man found my animals in a feedlot. Feedlot is like zero grazing for bulls. And he said in Runyankole, would you permit me to use a Runyankole statement? He said, that you have put your animals in prison. And yet, you know that when you go to the doctor and you're overweight like me, the doctor will tell you to walk around for a few minutes every day. So, because I didn't have any fixed mindset on how to fatten animals, we had never had them, I started learning. Now I learned the tobacco. Tobacco is a plant now I keep on the farm. And many other things which I've learned. Chicken, local chicken. Local chicken are important on the farm. They feed on some of the bacteria which disturb your animals. Did you know that? Bird's eye piripiri is medicine for East Coast fever for the chickens. And we learn all these things unwritten from the neighbors. So unless and until you accept that you can collaborate with anyone, because I would have put out a procurement notice for a vet who has worked for so many years and has treated animals to treat my animals, and that business would have stopped being profitable. The neighbor had a solution. We are collaborating. During the break, I can tell you many other things he has taught me. Free. By free, I mean without me physically handing out cash. But the value I have is that friendship, which is so valuable. So you will manage this confusion by collaborating with anyone, because there's a lot of learning. And please stop calling people school dropouts, because we are all school dropouts. Some of you, like me, you dropped out at PhD, but we dropped out all the same. How much we've learned beyond the academic qualifications. Sometimes it's amazing to see that you've learned a lot more on how to succeed outside the academic world than inside. Outside the experience, the exposure of your industry than inside. There's a lot out of that box. And for me, as someone coming out of your box, I am not in your box. That's one piece of advice I can give you. Learn, learn, and learn. Do not trash any contribution. Maybe one more high-level example I can give you. The lifts that you see today on the outside of buildings. How many of you know the story of that architectural design? Today you see lifts on the outside of a building. This came from Virgin Airways in New Zealand. A janitor had the executives talking about how to increase space in the office. Virgin Airways belongs to Mr. Bronson, one of the richest people in the world. And because janitors, he could be cleaning here while you are discussing your balance sheet. So then he followed Mr. Bronson, who tries to listen to everyone in the company. And then he said, boss, I see you talking about space. But there's that office which is always going up and down empty. Why don't we use it? And the boss said, but that's a lift. And then he said, what's a lift? He said, it's just a platform where people stand and it helps them to move from one floor to another. So he said, why don't we put the platform on the outside and people can move and enter the building from the outside, and we use that space. The rest is history. He's not a janitor anymore. He has a patent. That's how those lifts were made. Please listen to everyone. But you have coined a very important subject, Emmanuel. Listening, and Miriam, I think, explained that. Do not listen with intent to respond. There are people who are waiting for me to finish and they say, but what did you mean with this? Now, as a psychometrician, I am a psychometrician. Do you know what that means? Psychometrics is the study or the skill that enables you to look at someone's behavior in various situations, aggregate it, and create his character. And then match it to different situations. Where you are going, you will have to start doing that matching for jobs. If we had time, I would tell you a little bit more. Because can you imagine if you had someone who doesn't like to be with people working on your front desk? But I know where that comes from. People who are listening with intent to respond. There are many of those in the insurance industry. When you come to our offices, you know everything. Many of you, not all of you. In fact, when you're asking, many of you, when you're asking for appointments, you want to help us. I need to talk to you about how we can help you. For a fee. You're looking for business, man. I know that. So let's talk better. So what I'm saying here is that you might need to be attractive for collaboration in order to have effective and useful collaboration. Do they want to share with you? For them to want to share with you, you must have been sharing with them. But also, when you share, what are you sharing? Can you believe that the old man, the illiterate old man, and I actually found synergy? That's the challenge you have with the mindset. Synergies and collaborations with respect to our mindset are not things. They are not things you see. They are all around us. And in the break, I was talking to Emmanuel, and we came to a conclusion that there are certain things. I will let him announce those things. There are only 3. They are never given. You have to find them and take them. Emmanuel, I'll let you deal with that. On your second question, well, I am also a teacher, so that's something I have to be open about. As a university teacher at postgraduate and other levels, I talk a lot. You talked about, from my participation, where the industry has failed. And you talked about house helps. By the way, in the new E&S framework, we are no longer calling them house girls. Be careful about that, because they are free to reach out to the global grievance mechanism hotline and cause for you some serious challenges. And there's a big risk there which we will bring up later. these people, of course, have a contribution, but the challenge we have with contributions is that we think about the exchange of cash. In the early 80s, when I was studying statistics as a first degree, we learned that the first individual to evaluate the contribution of housewives, in this case, to GDP and GNP via a GDP or a development index was a professor called Sam Tuliamwika. Have anyone heard of Professor Sam? Okay, Sam is a genius, not because he's my teacher, but he is a genius. So today in statistics, we are studying the Tuliamwika Index of Economic Development. That was one of his theses. In there, he has evaluated, by the way, things like the statistical value of a human being. He has evaluated things like that. If you read about the Tuliamwika Index, and by the way, he also put together the first ever statistical tables which we use to read chi-square, variance, all those numbers, standard deviation, all those numbers that we read and apply. Of course, these days, the Gen Zs read them off Excel and so on. We worked them out from first principles. And he was the first person to develop those tables. So Tuliamwika thought about the contribution of housewives. As you know, they don't get paid a salary, but they contribute. I asked Emmanuel in the morning when we met, that can he imagine if his wife was not with the children? How would he be moderating our session here? So Tuliamwika transferred that into value, evaluated it, discounted it, determined net present values, and built an index. So why am I saying all this? I don't think the insurers, as implementers, have failed on this one. I think we, the intellectuals, I am an intellectual, and I am humbled to introduce myself like that. You don't just get a PhD. You know Professor Mondo Kagonyera, when there was a movement system and they were asking the MPs questions, one voter asked him that you are a stupid doctor. How can you even be our MP? So Mondo asked him, how many such doctors do you have in your family? So he's a very humorous man for those of you who know him. So we the intellectuals, let me say the elite, including you, we are the ones who have failed. Because the data, for example, that can lead to these determinations, some of the data you have it. Some of the risks you've managed arising from the way we've handled our house helpers are evaluated, and you have those numbers in your files. That's a very good basis to determine that contribution. But we haven't applied ourselves intellectually to the result of that type of data. So not just you for having the information and not applying it to some research, maybe by not doing research yourselves on the data that you have in-house, maybe there you have failed, and you will now have to go there. But let me say that you haven't failed yet. So Emmanuel, I would say, maybe you now need to open up your mindset again, go into your data, and try to see what else can you read from your data. What patterns, what regressionary trends, what correlations, what new elements you can pick up from the data. You have lots of data. You have huge time series because you collect this daily. What can you see there? Let me stop here because, as I told you, I talk a lot. And hand back to you, sir. But that's how I would deal with these two questions. Thank you.
All right. I must also say that I'm also a professor by osmosis because I share a bed with a doctor. So I think I'm about to confirm upon myself that title. But I think, Dr. Tom, one of the things that you talked about data mostly, and how to look at data from a linear manner, is almost contradictory to the Bani framework, where we're in that phase of life where things are very non-linear. But when I was trying to read through the existential risks that we face in our industry, there is a new terminology that's coming up. I think it's still in the kitchen, and it's RUPT, R-U-P-T, rapid, unpredictable, then the nice word that I love, paradoxical, and then tangled. And I interpreted mostly the aspect of tangled being that a declaration in America would have such significant, far-reaching consequences on a farmer in Uganda because the people that the farmer was supplying food have been laid off simply because of a stop work order or something of the sort, and we could stretch this on to the transport sector. We as insurers have felt this significantly as well. We have a lot of retrenchment claims that have come through from the bank side. We have a lot of loans that are going unpaid. Now, you talked about something that was very hair-raising. This was the aspect of the environmental and social management framework. And the fact that as Uganda, maybe as a precondition for us to now declare that we are now well-behaved, we adhered to. What then do you see specifically for the brokers in this room as an existential threat that they must make sure that they scope in as they go about with their business? Because maybe they may not interface directly with house helps, so calling a kadama, housemaid may not necessarily create unnecessary scrutiny from powers that be. But what would you tell the brokers in here of the things that you feel from your experience, from your exposure, is an existential threat that they must scope in that is significantly out of the scope of their day-to-day business?
First of all, let me just say that I have some additional experience, which I must declare here. I have been a single dad for 26 years. In fact, I was surprised when I got here and saw the MC, because the MC is a close friend of my firstborn, and my firstborn treats Geoffrey as Uncle Geoffrey. These friends, these networks, have helped me to bring up these children. Their mom died when my firstborn was 6, and my secondborn was 3. My firstborn is now a lawyer and is the company secretary of Bank of Baroda. And my secondborn is an operations officer at EcoBank. One of the things that helped me to do this was one day when I got back home, and I asked myself, why are you pitying yourself? Are you the first person to lose a wife? The answer was no. Do you know that there are people who don't even have children? Forget about wives to start with. I said, yes. So get on and do your job. Subsequently, of course, we got house helpers. And then I realized that instructing my children, but also instructing house helpers, was a daunting task. So 24 years ago, I stopped using any house helpers at all. It was hard at the beginning, but we found our level, equipment, machinery, division of labor, working as a team, including cooking, cleaning up, and so on. So there's an opportunity, big opportunity, in the challenges that we face, not just in life, but also in the businesses. Now, for you as insurers, how can you use these opportunities all around you, by the way? How can you use them to survive existentially? Because many people would come and say, ha, mzee ngolabye onokorotia. Today, you need to be told, and those of you who know my children, they know that. You need to be told that their mom is not there. Mr. MC, am I right? And there's no conflict of interest here. So many things can be done, but to answer your question, as we have seen that businesses can collapse in minutes, business continuity can die in seconds. Do you now doubt that we are all in survival mode? Do you? Considering that someone might address the nation tonight and say that everybody remains where they are, and you would do that. Someone might address the nation and say that with effect from midnight tonight, I have changed this or I have changed that. So what is happening, and here I want to associate with Donato, it's very important that you model your business. The biggest issue in modeling your business is the assumptions you make. In my practice, I am a financial modeler and company valuer. When you build financial models, you start from assumptions. The assumptions create some indicators for you. Now you start inserting data and having your results, sensitivity, bottom line, and so on. That's all a model does for you. Now you need to model. And to answer your question, it means you have to expand the taxonomy of your assumptions. Every time you face a new risk, you create the assumptions, you improve your model, now you look at the indicators. So get the skill of modeling. Just like on a financial model, when tax goes up, you now change the assumption of tax from 10 to 15, and then look at your bottom line, what does it look like? So please, and I associate myself with you, Donato, on this one, that we have to model. You cannot start a business without modeling it. At least have an assumption about what it should look like by the end of the day or by tomorrow. If an assumption changes, key things will change. Then you need to make decisions. We've done it for schools. If you look at our schools, Emmanuel, our typical headmasters had never been trained in how to manage such big money. Because we were 100 in a school, we had a bursar, he counted all the fees on his fingers. Today, in one of the schools I've helped, I won't use the name, they have 2,500 children and they receive billions. You need a CFO. So we built them a model. Whenever enrollment changes, they know how much to spend on posho, they know how much to spend on the clinic, they know how much they can give as incentives and so on. So please, you will get out of this partly, I'm not saying entirely, by being able to model. I think I'll stop here.
All right, as you can tell, as you can see or hear, Professor is oozing words of wisdom. And one of the things that I fear the most is the thing called the mortality rate. And I think we in an industry where the mortality rate is quite high, And now I guess we know what we must try to do. Dr. Tom has walked us through a few things. Synergy, mindset, learning how to learn, listening better, and effectively building systems that support resilience, building systems in our organizations that help us to do better. I want to run and go straight on to Francesca. So Francesca, since you're not doctor yet, you're going to have a quarter of the time I gave doctor. But Francesca, the principle of risk transfer as a mitigation, as a risk mitigation mode still stands. One of the things I do as well, doctor, is I also teach a bit. And one of the topics I love the most is risk. And I always try to explain risk with using various scenarios, and also use the analogy of getting married and say it's a risk to sleep in a bed with someone that you don't know if they want you dead or alive at any one point in time. But with the new world, Francesca, how does the regulator's role evolve with regards to risk transfer? Since the principles of risk will still stand in the new world, what happens? The second question I have for you, Francesca, is that we've progressively moved on as economies, as people. We now have wireless technology everywhere. Everywhere we go, we ask for the Wi-Fi pin. We have cardless transactions. Cars have become driverless. Interactions are becoming more and more faceless. But are we, from your vantage point, prepared to go regulatorless? If not, how is the IRA preparing us, the industry, for that new world where maybe the area where the regulator doesn't see is where everyone goes? And as you explain that, I think I want to drop in something that I'll also throw at Mendy's later. Is a customer for tomorrow most probably going to prefer to go brokerless?
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. And before I go to the questions you asked me, first of all, I'm a doctor now by association. Let me just make that clear, but I won't take that much time. Let me just talk about collaboration, which Dr. Tom began with, and bring it home to our industry. When you look at the most important things that are going to grow our industry, they actually require collaboration. Yesterday, CE Kalifungwa said that now it's competition. Rather than competition, we must be able to co-create. And when you look at the insurance industry, the things that we need to grow our industry are actually trust, public trust, confidence, and of course, which other one do we have? And of course, risk management. Now, we can't do these things alone or as individual brokers or insurers. If ICEA has their customers trusting them, one mistrustful customer against Jubilee destroys the industry, because that same customer is going to tell people how insurers are thieves, they're not willing to pay claims, etc. So this is one of the things where we have to collaborate as insurers, as brokers, to grow this public trust so that then they can trust us more with their policies. And that goes with confidence again. Then when you look at the risks, the emerging risks that we have on the horizon, there are so many and yet so huge. One catastrophic risk can actually collapse our industry. And as you can see in the oil and gas sector, at least we have created an insurance pool where we are collaborating and underwriting risks. Each of us is taking a piece of the pie that's comfortable for them. And I know that where we're going to have to create more pools. For example, disaster risk pools. Those are already in the global landscape. They are already created catastrophic pools where insurers are coming together to actually underwrite those disaster risks. So there is no way we are saying we are not going to collaborate. On all the important things, trust, stakeholder confidence, and risk management, we will have to collaborate as insurance players so that then we are able to handle this big elephant that we have in the room. Then let me also just mention about ESG and existential risk for the brokers. Once again, I was consulting my friend ChatGPT, as Emmanuel put it, and this is the broker of the future that it's talking about. First of all, a broker who's not just a customer. Just allow me to get that so that I read it out properly from that place. So the broker of today is not going to be just an insurance broker, but an experience curator, a customer experience curator. In other words, it's not about you explaining risks, what they're supposed to, what risks your client is supposed to underwrite, but you're going to make that customer actually feel comfortable to come to insurance and underwrite insurance. And then there are many other nomenclatures that have been given. I can't find my notes on that, but when I come back to them, I will read them out to you. Here we go. So the insurance broker of the future is not going to be a product seller, but a strategic risk advisor. Now, how do we then make ourselves strategic risk advisors? We are going to have to understand ESG risks. We are going to have to understand all the new risks that we have on the horizon, cyber risks, tech risks, etc., so that then we are able to onboard clients for the insurers whose risk has been ably explained to them, and the kind of product we have has also been explained to them. The other one is we are more than an intermediary now. We are going to have to be an experience curator, and I've talked about that. Again, we are going to be more than transactional brokers. We are going to move to digital brokers. Remember, we have digital insurers coming into the sector. We may not have regulated any or licensed any, but they're going to come because Kenya already has digital insurers. So they are coming here. So how are you as a broker actually positioning yourself to do risk advisory in that kind of environment? So many changes, but they require us to learn and reskill ourselves in the kinds of risks that are available on the insurance landscape. Now, back to the question that you asked me, Emma, the issue of risk transfer and how it is in the new normal, but also how we as a regulator are viewing it. Number one, I'll talk about the traditional insurance risk transfer. The contract of insurance traditionally is a risk transfer contract. But what does that mean? The risk is transferred from an insured to an insurer, from an insured that is aware, first of all, that there is insurance and understands its benefits. Then secondly, from an insurer who can access and afford insurance. Then, of course, an insured who's not disenfranchised by their previous insurance interaction. So those are three things. Traditional insurance, that's how it has been. You transfer risk. Me as a client comes to you as an insurer because I know insurance is important. Number two, because I can afford and access it. But also number three, I've not been disenfranchised by any other player in the sector. Now, what did that then mean to the insurer? The insurer is underwriting legacy products. And I know we will say no to this. We have evolved a little, but we are underwriting the normal safe risks. We are not looking to underwriting those risks that would actually benefit the population. Now, again, what that means is we are leaving out, with traditional insurance, we are leaving out a lot of low-income earners. And that population is actually the biggest amongst us. But we are leaving them out. We are not insuring them. Okay? And then the other thing is we are leaving out SMEs or MSMEs that are new. They're just trying out things, growing businesses, etc. We're not underwriting those risks. And of course, the other last one is that we are fearing emerging risks. We're not looking at cyber risk and how we can actually insure cyber risks. I know that I was informed, I think yesterday when I was discussing with one of my team members, that we may have had an insurance company that has brought to us a cyber insurance product. But that's probably one. But look at the sheer magnitude of disasters that are caused by cyber risks. I think we've heard from FBI, just 2023, $55 billion is the estimated loss to companies because of cyber threats. And there are so many other threats that are happening in the world. Climate risk, for example, and I think Betty talked about it, 380 billion in economic losses arising out of catastrophes, and only 118 billion of that, 31%, is insured, you know. And here in Uganda, I know that we have started experimenting with those products, but we may not actually be doing much in terms of climate risk insurance. So a lot of potential insureds left out in the traditional insurance. Now, where we are moving to, we need to do things differently. And of course, risk transfer is going to be different, because the people that are looking to be de-risked, whose lives and livelihoods are actually yearning to be de-risked, are in the lower end of the economic ladder. And so we have to look at them. We have to innovate. And I know that I've heard in the corridors that insurers are fearing micro-insurance. But I think it's something that we might not fear for much longer. So we need to be moving in those new segments, in the new normal. We need to be agreeing to collaborate and come up with pools that are going to be able to insure big cyber risks, big climate risks, and all those sectors that we've been fearing. I know that we fear agriculture insurance, for example. And I know, again, I met someone from AIC here. We are underwriting those risks as a pool. But there are many other risks that are being left out, agricultural risks. And even when we underwrite them, we are not actually willing to pay claims. So we must be able, in the new normal, to change the way we are doing business, given the risks that we have on the insurance landscape. Now, what is our evolving role as a regulator in all that? As a regulator, we are not seated. We are looking at all these things and saying we must evolve as well, because the regulator of yesterday is a watchdog. The regulator of yesterday is a police officer. The regulator of yesterday churns out the regulations and expects you as the industry to comply. Now, as IRA, we have moved from that for the last 2 years, and Jonan can bear witness to that. We have moved away from that. We are no longer that regulator. We are now setting out to do proactive and agile regulation and supervision. Thank you for that. And Jonan will bear witness. I'm not telling lies here. So we've moved away from being that kind of regulator, and now we want to be a facilitator to business. And by facilitation, I'm saying we're not sitting at our desks churning out regulations or supervisory frameworks. We're actually going out there to look at inclusive insurance. How can we bring in that segment that is not insured? Because it's the #1 game changer in increasing our insurance penetration. So right now we are working on microinsurance regulations. They'll be out very soon. We've consulted with the microinsurers, and we're still going to consult the existing ones so that we bring out regulations that are going to put our industry to another level. So that's one of the things we are doing, facilitating, and of course engaging with the government and other peer regulators to see how we can then develop our industry and prepare our industry for the emerging risks. Now, as you might know already, there's a lot of changes happening elsewhere amongst the insurance supervisors. And Miriam mentioned the climate risk paper that has been brought out by IAIS. That is something we are looking out at already. When you go to the US, the National Association of Insurance Commissioners has come up with model laws on cybersecurity, on data security, on cybersecurity, data security, and climate risk. Those model laws are already there. Now, on cybersecurity in particular, they are requiring insurers and players to come up with information security programs. And they're also requiring them to report cyber incidents and any cybersecurity issues quickly to the regulator so that they can be taken care of. So as a regulator here in Uganda and in East Africa actually, because we have the East African Insurance Supervisors Association, which is trying to harmonize regulations across the region, we are all looking at these model laws. And of course we have the GDPR, the data protection regulations in the EU, which again we are looking at to see how we can bring a guideline that is close to our industry, that is going to ensure data protection for our customers and consumers. Now, as you already know, or for the lawyers in here, We already have a Data Protection and Privacy Act, but it touches the whole of Uganda. We want to bring insurance-related data protection regulations. And so for the brokers here, even as you advise your clients, or even the insurers, as we collaborate, you must be able to educate yourselves about these changes, regulatory changes that are coming, so that then you advise. So that is one. We are now becoming a facilitator, or we have already become one. The other one that we are looking at as a regulator is that we want to be an enabler. We don't want to be the people that regulate you so much that you actually don't innovate. We want to be able to balance innovation, regulation, and supervision. And that's why we've created the IRA sandbox. Actually, we've not just created it. It was created in 2019. A sandbox that allows you to bring all those products into a less regulated environment and under our supervision, so that then you're able to, come up with these good products and then launch them on the market when they are ready. Now, what does that mean? The sandbox is not just for normal risks. It is also going to look at emerging risks. The cyber risks, tech risks, climate risks. Come up with those products. Come have conversations with us and let us innovate together so that we ready ourselves for these coming changes. Actually, they are not coming. They are already with us. So that is number 2, enabler.
Francesca, you'll forgive me. I know you're my regulator at the risk of losing my license. We are running short on time. But the key thing that I want to pick from what you've talked about directly, and as I pass on the mantle quickly to Mendes, is the aspect of us as underwriters and, in this case, brokers, looking at de-risking the low end of the pyramid. What capabilities must brokers have in the new world to make sure that they have sight of scoping the risks that sit at the low end of the pyramid, because that then is a low-hanging fruit and a potential for growth or immediate growth that we in this room must take advantage of. Mendes, and I think you'll forgive me, I'm going to squeeze you for time, but I'd also want to ask you specifically, looking at the collaborations that must be put in place. Francesca has talked about the IAS, she's talked about collaborations from a regulatory perspective, but what are the brokers going to do different to collaborate in a manner that is less reactive to movements that come in from the regulatory perspective, but rather proactively to create the synergies before those movements then come and define how the brokers interact with each other?
Thank you, Emmanuel. The good thing is that I'm not a doctor, so I'm going to be very quick with my response. But what I want to say, and probably...
It's not a crime.
Probably just to add to what Francesca said, brokers remain relevant in the new world and will continue to remain relevant. What we need, though, is to be intentionally mindful that we should transform to stay relevant and be competitive and impactful. So in this regard, we've been hearing brokers complaining about the bank assurance. We've been hearing brokers complaining about agents taking up their space. But we have remained doing insurance the traditional way. So what the call to action to brokers is obviously, again, it goes back to collaboration, what the doctor said. The banks are not really, they've looked for another income, a way to earn extra income, which was the bank assurance. But they are not really into the servicing, into the client handling part of it, the claims. So this is a point where we are able to collaborate with the banking sector, create partnerships with the banks, be the third-party administrators for the banks, integrate with the banks to be able to do the back office administration, and therefore that is collaboration, and we are remaining with an income. As well, we've seen brokers complaining about the marine laws, which are likely to kick them out. These regulations for inbound marine have come out in Kenya, in Uganda, and Tanzania, yet to come out in Rwanda, but some are feeling that they'll be pushed out of the space. But once again, where there's collaboration, APIs with insurers, you are able to remain relevant. So we are encouraging brokers to really invest in technology, to have end-to-end digital platforms which interact with clients. That way we remain relevant. So technology will make us remain relevant. And remember, our clients are looking for convenience and a very easy way to get insurance. We have people like Liaison, where I work, that has been collaborating with the banks. We've given them platforms, and we do back office administration. So let's get into that space. Other ways to remain relevant is the revenue diversification, where we're going into consulting and training, regulations that have come out in terms of data protection, regulations that have come out in terms of consumer protection are very clear on our role as brokers in terms of training clients and client education, so that we remain relevant in that particular space. Binder agreements, let's just not ask for more commissions, and yet we are not adding value. I think the market has become hard, like you have said. ICA has had a lot of claims, which means also you want to cut management expenses. So unless we are going to add value in terms of binder arrangements, then also have the digital platforms. And let's remember, brokers, we have to invest, like our speaker yesterday from Britam talked about, upskilling and talent development, train teams on data analytics, cybersecurity, climate risk, and ECG, and recruit talent with expertise in digital marketing, data science, and compliance. Then create a culture that continues, that is of continuous learning and innovation. So there is still a lot of low-hanging fruits. We have tended to walk away from the retail business and focus on corporate, but we are seeing reports that retail is the growth area. And if we do not go into that space, of course, with the relevant technology to back up, then we will indeed remain relevant. I want to stop there because of time, and I hand back to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mendes. She's talked like they're not a crime doctor. And I think, Mendes, you've brought out something that's very, very, very critical, which is the aspects of what are the alternatives for distribution? What are the alternatives for insurance to actually be served to the customer ultimately? And I want to quickly jump to Donato, and I hope you're a different type of doctor. Mendes has talked about the different distribution channels and the impact. I think she's shed light to the changes that have come into play in Kenya and Uganda, specifically with regards to the inbound marine. And incidentally, some of these changes are rendering the distribution channels as we know it completely irrelevant. What would you say to this audience of brokers, specifically with regards to the way of work, the way of access to clients and customers in the new world? And I want to restrict you to that simply because we know, and we've heard at least that the current models have not taken us to where we should go. Our speaker yesterday talked about the penetration in other countries. I think that in the regions of 12 to 15%. And in those countries, I believe the distribution mode or the role that brokers play is very distinct to what we see in this market. What would be your thoughts for that? And I'm giving you 3 minutes as they chase me off the stage.
Thank you, Emma. It's tough coming after Mendes. She's wrapped it up very well. First thing I would like to highlight
often we say insurance is sold and not bought. It's believed, and I think it was also in one of the PwC papers on insurance in 2030, and we're almost there. They believe that companies that focus on customer centrism will actually get to that level where their insurance is bought rather sold. So it tells you something about the need that we need to really focus on as brokers. I'll use an example to avoid repeating what Mendes has shared. There's a company called Cover Wallet. It's an Aon business in the US. Anybody? Aon business. Is Aon an insurer? SME type of businesses are able to get quotations by cover without looking for anyone. Now, if brokers are waiting for insurers to innovate and build platforms, this is how you start getting cut out. Because the reality is that the broker, in terms of the value chain, you're closer to the customer. You should be building these platforms to expose various insurers to the platforms at a price. There's a new revenue channel there. The binders don't have to be the issue now. You have another avenue to increase your revenue. Imagine a world where an insurance company doesn't need to have a business development team. They outsource that service to two brokers or a particular broker at a price besides the commission for you to actually help support. Now, which brings you to the point that brokers need to look at value addition. That is the bottom line for us. And the channels that actually have a great opportunity for us is the digital space. Many talked about API marketing. The APIs enable you to link with various third parties. Do we have any brokers that are developing these platforms? Or we are building the platforms and providing them? Marine is a big complaint. But it had to wait for the sector to build one. This should have been done by the Association of Brokers. Do you hear me? The opportunity would be that you come together and look ahead and build such a platform so that we are brought on board to see how to work with you. Then you build your margin in there. Now, that, for me, becomes the opportunity, another area to go. Many have talked about embedded insurance, and I have a problem with the whole idea of embedded insurance. Some experts try to position it as a new channel. Yet, in history, when you review, there's something we call sightings. I shared with some colleagues yesterday. There are some things that happen before time, and they don't pick up. But when the time comes, they come back as new. Embedded insurance has been here for a long time. When we sold insurance through banks, what were we doing on the loans? We're embedding. We're embedding. So the opportunity here is that embedding doesn't have to be a channel of its own. It's a mode that can apply to any channel, whether broker, agent, partnership, affinity group, name it. You can have it added. You can embed. It's just a mode of how you sell it. So brokers need to consider that as we innovate products, where are the opportunities to embed? Because the goal you have to strive for is getting to the market at the lowest cost possible. And that is the opportunity for the brokers to consider that. The other I would like to highlight, which for me is also very critical, is the telco. We are complaining about bank assurance, but I think we are forgetting the telecoms. We are getting there. You already have heard of some launches. There are many things in the pipeline.
1 minute.
As we build products with them.
1 minute.
Yes, as we build products with the telcos, what's happening to the broker in that conversation? So there's an opportunity for us. There's much more I would have loved to share as examples, but I think for me, it comes back to the question of value addition for the broker and looking at which channels are available that you can use. There are brokers who are out looking for partnerships. Be ahead of those partnerships so that in the conversation you still remain relevant. So I'll close with the retail space, Emma. Today, if you want to push direct as a channel, it's senseless. Do you agree? Direct as a channel, is it senseless? I find it senseless. Because it suffers the wrath of the broker and the agent. It's a reality. It's more attractive to sell through the others. But here's the part. There's space there. And the worry I see for brokers, I'll share this here, you'll forgive me, is that once the insurance companies pick up the digitization of the direct channel and put investment behind it, building the information the customers need to buy insurance, they are cutting out 2 channels or reducing the dependence. You find that if direct is now digital, the customer can get this information and get quotes very easily. The agent and the broker starts to struggle. Because we are lucky that the level of education is very low around insurance, but as we get there, it will become a problem. So that's where the broker needs to play a part. Build for SME, build for the retail client, and own that space. Leave your personnel into doing advisory, strategic advisory. Let the digital channels do for you the selling to the masses and getting in the retail numbers. Emma, I'll stop there, but I wish I had more time. I'll respect the time allocated.
I'll apologize for taking most of the time last night, and I failed to cover up for that time today. But opportunity, power, and information are never given. They must be taken. You've had a lot said. It will simply go through one ear and out the next ear if you don't take the information, the insights that you've had from this very, 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 I would say, distinguished panel that is made up of pseudo doctors and real doctors. Gava, I had asked whether there are any questions that would be on the chat. I'm not too sure if there will be any. But the takeaways for the brokers are very, very, very fundamental. And I want to believe that the rapporteur has taken down some notes for what must be shared. The things that I've picked up that I'll quickly run through in just 1 minute is the fact that we must learn, or we are only trained to learn. We never know it all. We must continuously evolve our knowledge and understanding. And as Dr. Tom stated in his example, I think very succinct example of the farmer next door, he may not look like that farmer next door, but he wishes he knew what the farmer next door knew. And I doubt the farmer next door admires him for what he knows. For I believe he may be seeing that as irrelevant. But I want to imagine that the farmer next door realizes that by helping and working with Dr. Tom, he's also saving his own farm. As we talk about collaboration, as we talk about synergies, one of the most defining aspects that came through from this discussion is that you must bring something on the table. You can't be the table or on the table. You must bring something to the table. And when we have everyone bringing something to the table, then we actually have a joint effort that then leads us to the next level. And I think Mendy's brought out the aspects that we've seen from a regulatory perspective, where unfortunately we find that the brokers are playing catch up and running behind a speeding train maybe that has left the station. And we want to hope that that's the last time it's happening. And we believe and hope that as part of the resolutions from this conference, that now we know some of the ropes that we must make sure we keep our hands glued to, and what we need to do collaboratively to make sure that we look after the industry the right manner. I think there was talk about the emerging risks and what we must do about those emerging risks, but really there is no better way to say it or to put it than what Francesca stated. The bottom of the pyramid is where the opportunity is. Risk actually is there, and given that there is risk there, we must make sure that we have the right way to allow for risk transfer to insurers, and brokers stand at the is it apex or I don't know, that middle part to actually make sure that those risks are well taken care of and well transferred. I could go on and on, but I want to end by picking words from Francesca's lips to my ears, that IRA is no longer a watchdog. So I love dogs. I have very many dogs. And one of the things about a watchdog is that it only reacts when there is danger. It never disrupts the normal course of things. It makes sure that those that it's protecting never feel its presence, but those that are coming to disrupt must know that there is someone who is looking after it. So we expect to see better agility. Sorry, scratch the word better. We expect to see agility, proactiveness from our regulator, not only as the term that you use that you're no longer, not only as a watchdog, but more importantly, as you also stated, a facilitator of business. For business is moved, is lived and worked forward, and we expect to see that you're helping us, push us up the road of success rather than hold us down in the throes of defeat. I want to thank you, my panelists. Gava, I need to give my panelists just 1 minute each to say one final thought or word, and that's it. So allow me to invite Dr. Tom, just 1 minute, and I'm timing this time round.
I thought I had actually finished because it looked like it was a crime to be a doctor. I think all is well that ends well. Thank you for this opportunity. You can see obviously that there's a lot of scope for us to talk and come to some kind of agreement on issues. I would like to encourage you to start looking at areas where the normal investors are not attracted to Uganda, in particular the area of upstream oil and gas, where I have been since 2015. That's another life that I live. I remember one time one of you who treated me disrespectfully actually sent through someone else his proposal to my desk, and for the first time I had an efficient use of my paper shredder. Please look at that area. There is the major area there is the risk that you might not find any oil, but for every 10 wells we have drilled, 9 have reserves. That's a number that I've not heard any of you talk about. The Albertine Graben is one of the most prospective oil and gas areas in the world. The risk is 10%. Thank you very much. We can talk a lot more about oil and gas. Emmanuel, thank you for being such a wonderful moderator, because with a bearded MC running rings around you, and you still kept this moving perfectly well. I think they never thank the MC.
I'll give you 5 more minutes, Doctor.
And for my other doctors, thank you also. Thank you very much for being a good audience.
Thank you, Doctor. Francesca.
Thank you very much. I'll take it from where Alhaj stopped yesterday. When he finished his speech, he also asked for a position paper from this conference to see how we as a regulator can actually facilitate and support the brokers and the industry. So I hope that that position paper will come so that we are able then to take the conversation from there. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you to my fellow panelists. And to Ibao, thank you so much for inviting us as a regulator. Thank you.
It was a pleasure hosting you. Donato?
Is this where I get my other 3 minutes? No, it's okay. I think what I would like to highlight is something to do with strategy. We have to be committed to fully invest and support our strategies. Whatever we plan, let's put the weight behind it. Because I think our biggest weakness is we plan on paper, and along the way we deviate as we go on. And I think milking the moment for me, as a platinum sponsor, I would like to appreciate the brokers. I'll continue to really emphasize that we do value the partnership, and should there be more opportunities to work together also in the market, please reach out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Donato. Mendes?
I'm just going to borrow some words from the Women in Insurance conference that I attended in February and say to the brokers, call to action, never eat alone. Build relationships and networks. Build it before you need it. Prepare for opportunities before they arise. And aspire to inspire before you expire. So this was the word from the ladies. So like Miriam said, ladies are the game changers. So let's take the words from the Women in Insurance as my closing remarks. Thank you.
I wanted to pay my respects to my panelists. It's been a great, great, great pleasure hosting you. I think I've learned quite a lot, and I believe the audience as well has. I tried to take notice whether there was anyone who was paying the price for last evening. I didn't seem to see anyone dozing, yawning. But above all, I think what we've done is we've done justice for the future of the insurance industry. I think we need to take up the lessons the right way and progressively move the interactions that we have collaboratively, but overall for our beloved industry to the next level. We hope the lessons learned from this particular session as well will apply to our international delegates, and we hope that they take our love and greetings to wherever they will be. The mistakes we've made that you have seen, we hope you correct. And if there is anything that went wrong during my session, I take 100% of the blame. At ICL Lion, we believe that for every life-changing moment, we are always better together. Thank you.
Allow me to request you to stay right there. Can I request us to stand up? For the rest of us, this side we are fine. But we're going to do a small, simple game called Stand Up and Sit Down. So now we are up. Now let's sit. Let's stand up. So those two we have mastered very well. We are going to add one called clap. So when we say we clap once. Is that okay? All right, clap. All right, to sit is to stand is to sit, to clap is to stamp. Understood? Let me come again. To sit is to stand, and to stand is to, and to clap is to stamp. All right, let's sit, let's stand, let's clap, let's sit, let's stand, stamp, clap, sit down, sit down, sit down. There are some of you who just stayed in one position and you said, no matter the matter, we shall not move. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst is the mayor of this community. Can I request him to stand up and we applaud his presence in our conference? Mayor, thank you very much for taking time. Please allow me invite the CEO of Gold Star Insurance, Mr. John Kauma, to come and appreciate our panel. And we will start from Mendes coming this side. Please appreciate John as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you very much. Mendes, you'll stay with your award. Stay standing up. Do not leave. Just stay right there. Dr. Donato Laboke. Let's appreciate him one more time. Donato, that's you at full smile? We want to know that you are happy that we awarded you. Thank you very much. Director Francesca, our regulator. The way we are clapping for a regulator is not worthy of. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Doctor. Yeah. One of the things that doctor has made me understand that this business of feeling like you are not to drop out, even you tell your neighbor you will drop out. Tell your neighbor, because you drop out at what? At some level. So let's appreciate doctor one more time for bringing the element of inclusiveness. And finally, to our moderator, can we give Emmanuel a big round of applause? Let's appreciate the CEO of Gold Star. Thank you very much. So you who has no plaque, you stand in the middle. The others will warm you up with their plaques. Because the picture will not be complete without the leadership of IBAO, allow me to invite the chairman, IBAO, to join in on this. Conference convener, you also need to come in and join in on this photo, and so that the icing is complete. Can I request we give a 7 factorial to this beautiful panel? Very good, very good, very good. Stan, thank you very much. I request that they get you the boxes as you move your way down. Thank you very much for taking us through this discussion. I need to borrow a minute. I do not know if CEO Patrick Kimathi is around. Is Patrick around? Please respond, because the lights are affecting the ability for me to see. Is CEO Patrick around? He's not around? Okay. Then I'll not reduce the lights. Patrick, I'm told he has made his movement. Okay. I'll proceed now that CEO Patrick is not around. Let me recognize my very good friend, the CEO of Liberty, Mr. Paul Peter Makano. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. I love his level of access. How possible? Is it for all of us? He's saying access. Oh, that is serious. Let me request the organizers to handle immediately. First, take off your scans. I request the conference convener to see the people behind the technology to make sure that the attendees can see what I need them to see. There is a message that I am mandated to read to make sure that I completely do a good job. And allow me read this message in less than a minute. The chairman and to all the attendees of the conference. It was written on the 24th of April. To all of you, wishing you an impactful conference. We are proud to have seen IBAO grow into a commendable institution, the pioneer to take insurance conferences to the market, and this 7th one in Mbarara is no different. There should have been no better timing for the theme hinging on the new world. The outcome, global insights, will not doubt impact the way we all do things here and win in an inclusive way, as many of our mutual members are at the conference. We at WIN wish IBAO, our key supporter, an impactful conference and look forward to reading the resolutions. and adopting to best practice. Signed off, the President of WIN, Hajat Sebiala. In the spirit of collaboration and partnerships, allow me to appreciate the presence of the National General Secretary of Uganda Insurance Agents Association, Mr. Tugume Moses Rugaba. Sir, thank you very much for making time to be here with us. I have utilized my time very well. I want to presume that each one of you has gotten their lunch coupons. On the clock, it's 3. When we close this, we should be at Igongo latest by 4:30 to have a culture tour of this region. At the last page, or the last page after the committee, can I request everyone to check in the magazine? Please open your magazine. And because this is not an exam, feel free to share with your neighbor. After the conference organizing committee, the last paper, what do you see? I need to make sure that what I am seeing is what you're seeing. What do you see there? You're seeing which company? Britam. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday was amazing. Tonight is going to be super amazing. We have a number of awards, as you see, a number of gifts. Trips, air tickets, TV screens to win, microwaves. About 6 or between 6 to 8 people should take away awards this evening. Tell your neighbor, what is your talent? Tell your neighbor. Because for those, as you see, we have a smart TV set, coffee maker. Sorry about that. We have a smart TV set, we have a coffee maker, we have microwave, shopping vouchers. We still go ahead to say that for only those that have talent will win this evening. For the rest of us, let us be there to be the judges of who indeed takes away these beautiful items. But most importantly, here where you see travel to Mombasa, escape something to lodge in Queen Elizabeth National Park for 2 days. Luxury night at Serena Chigo with your partner. Ladies and gentlemen, see you at the talent night. I want to end my comments by saying that you've been a beautiful audience. I hope that I've been a beautiful MC through these 2 days. Have you enjoyed my services? May the Lord richly bless you for the love and the support you have shared. I want to invite let's scan again. Mr. Latma, let us scan again. Scan again. And make sure that you're not scanning with your neighbor's phone. Scan with your phone. I need to hear. Okay, so what are you seeing there? It's saying what? Okay, so you are supposed to give us feedback. That's a feedback form, and we request that you share your feedback extensively. From the panelists, to the moderators, to the speakers, to guest of honor, to venue, to the food, to sponsors, to everything, so that we can collectively make sure. I need to see the final 10 hands. That I have to give you 2 minutes, because I know that when we get out of this hall, it's going to be very difficult. And as we do that, allow me to request the legacy team that has done us justice to give us a feel of yesterday, so that we can preempt what tonight is going to look like. As we watch the video, let's continue sharing our feedback. Let's have a feel of what happened yesterday to see what Britam is going to do tonight. And when I was speaking to the Britam people, they said they have a new baby called Britam Life. Do I have Britam people in the building? Make some noise, Britam. There is only one person. Others are organizing where we are going. All right. Very good. Please give us a feel of what we had yesterday. Nina okubyogerera or there is audio? It's not for scanning. Welcome to the 7th IBAO Conference 2025 under the theme, A Whole New World, Major Trends Shaping the Globe.
Our conferences continue to serve us as a cornerstone for reflection, collaboration, and foresight in our industry. Brokers do have a role to play in this changing landscape. In this world, the role of the broker is more vital than ever. We are no longer just intermediaries. We are interpreters of complex risk, architects of coverage, educators of the public, and defenders of client value. We help businesses recover from fire losses, supported families after expected tragedies, and guided clients through intricate claims and policy decisions. But we must not stop here. To remain relevant in this world, brokers need to be able to embrace technology,
let us use this conference as a platform for us to discuss and use it as a launchpad to do transformation. Let us rethink our traditional models. Let us adopt technologies that improve service delivery and trust to the people we do serve. Let us be bold in our vision, in our strategic interventions, and in the actions which we do. We must all unite to this purpose. We must all unite to this cause, because it is the very reason why we exist.
For brokers and insurers, this is a moment of reckoning. With more customer data in our hands and more of it digital, we must elevate cybersecurity and ethical data use to the same level as customer service or product innovation. Let's move from silos to systems, building an integrated financial ecosystem. From transactions to trust, prioritizing relationships and partnerships over short-term gains. Stanbic Bank stands ready as your partner to reimagine what is possible. Together, we can champion financial wellness, empower communities, and propel Uganda toward a future of shared prosperity.
In a world that is shaped by AI and climate realities and shifting social responsibilities, people remain the greatest asset. Let us champion the human capital that is not only digitally ready, but also ethically grounded and socially conscious.
Today we are here in Mbarara Referral Hospital to donate some blood. Just as well, we also did go through the maternity ward and support the maternity ward and the children's ward. We do this as part of our corporate social responsibility, but mostly to come and show those in Mbarara Hospital here that the work, we do know the work that they do is quite selfless, but most importantly, we do appreciate in every way what they are doing.
from Prudential to ICA and finally to Britain. Does it sound exciting tonight? All right, see you to making sure that we do our best. What's the dress code tonight? Huh? All right, see you when you are wearing your safari. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow that we borrow just 5 minutes for the rapporteur because it's key to what the regulator has asked that will inform the position paper. And after that, I'll invite the representative of the president of the African Insurance Brokers Association for 2 minutes. I'll invite Solomon for 2 minutes, who will invite our mayor to be able to close. Please welcome with me the rapporteur to give his report.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sometimes it's hard to speak because you're always given 5 minutes maximum, and yet you have to wrap up what was said for the 2 days. But we normally put them in reports, and we feel the association normally distributes these reports all of us who are always here. I'm called Dr. Yusuf Katerega, actually another PhD. You are not alone in the room. Thank you. I'm just going to go through this within the 5 minutes. As a rapporteur for this 7th IBAO conference, I'm really pleased to present a summary of the discussions from the 2 days we had. This year's conference was centered around the theme, A Whole New World, Major Trends Shaping the Globe. And it has brought together esteemed thought participants, policymakers, and industrial professionals who collectively explored trails towards a sustainable, inclusive future of the insurance sector. And I would also want to believe that the event has served as a platform from the evolving landscape of the insurance industry by evaluating the shifting dynamics within the insurance sector, emphasizing critical issues such as digital transformation, ethical conduct, inclusive insurance or inclusive finance, and strategic leadership. Now, I have 4 or 5 sub-themes, and I will start with the first one, which I call the evolving role of brokers and the strategic outlook. Mr. Pomhames set the tone yesterday in the morning by arguing for the shift from transactional brokerage to strategic risk interpretation and clients advocacy. And within his discussion, he emphasized ethical professionalism, digital competence and customer centricity, and partnerships, resilience should be paramount in whatever the brokers do. Then the sub-theme of regulatory vision and enabling environment, Al-Haji retaliated by saying that they are fostering innovation through regulatory reforms. They called for mainstreaming microinsurance to support financial inclusion, supporting digitization and adoption of core strategic imperatives. And Kenneth also did a good service to this by calling for policies that keep pace with the rapid technological changes. Then I had a third sub-theme, which was on the sector trends and global impact. Here, our keynote speaker noted that the era of business as usual has really come to has really changed. Certainty has now become definite. Uncertainty has now become definite certainty. We should rethink who we are, what we do, and how we do. He emphasized that. And he said the climatic crisis is not what we read about in the books, it's now here, and we have experienced it. And he gave a good example of the floods which keep coming in other parts of the world and Uganda. However, he cautioned us about AI in finance, that despite that it holds a promise, it requires a strong ethical, and clear regulations. He further also cautioned us about the cybersecurity. He says Despite its criticality, it also comes with a surge of so many challenges, and it requires clear defenses, where he emphasized being mindful of client data. Then he mentioned something so interesting, and this is coming up. It relates to behavior finance, where I said the industry should move beyond awareness. I've always talked about this. There is need to focus on trust. Let's teach them. They become literate, they will certainly embrace. And then he summed up by calling for establishment of a strong safety net for clients' value, simplifying access to insurance products, and he rallied all the players to stop competing for slices of a pie when you can grow the pie. Those were his own words. Then on human capital, Betty did us good, and her discussion centered around how to effectively navigate generational differences at the workplace and leveraging them as valuable resources. And here she called for upskilling and promoting mental wellness, integrating ESG in our talent strategy, mentorship, preparing human capital to thrive along with AI and other smart technologies. And the last theme happened this morning. I sub-themed it as leadership and change in the insurance industry. And Miriam offered us deep reflections on leadership in insurance, calling for a paradigm shift from traditional command and control to purpose-driven, people-centered leadership that embraces change, uncertainty, and authenticity. One of the things she emphasized was effective leadership, or effective leaders, are now defined by their vision, integrity, mentorship, and ability to communicate authentically. Here, they should be in position to exhibit calmness, creative growth, and balance confidence with vulnerability. Further, she encouraged leaders to rethink their priorities by putting people alongside or even before the profits comes in. She also, on the blockers, she emphasized on the blockers' evolving role that human touch remains central to insurance, and as brokers, we must adapt by becoming strategic advisors, data-driven, or making data-driven decisions, be aware of ESG, and be responsive to clients in a holistic way. I also love to share some statistics from what we had yesterday. You know, statistics always makes people feel the truth in whatever you say. Some of the interesting one was, this was from Kenneth, that as we speak now, AI in Africa in financial service is estimated to have reached 30% of all the transactions. And another fact that Africa's digital economy has reached $712 billion US. And in Uganda, there was a statistics that 135 billion are lost annually through skills-driven claim leakages, slow product launches, and high turnover. That's an interesting statistics. And the other one was that on cyber threats, that over 2,000, actually the East African region faces 2,000 cyber attacks weekly. This was from Kenneth, and further he stated that 4 billion are lost annually, and he called for an urgent need for capacity building. You know, as a fly on the wall, being a rapporteur, I had some divergent views from the members I was interacting with during lunch and other times. So while most of these agreed on the centrality of digital transformation, some of the voices I heard in the evening and in the night cautioned against over-reliance on technology without corresponding regulatory agility and user education. So the pace for change in technology was seen as outpacing legal and policy responses, and it raises concerns over governance, accountability, and equitable actions. Now, my last key points or recommendations, these ones directly goes to the brokers. From the discussions and what the different presenters were talking about, we need to transition from product sellers to strategic advisors and value enablers. We need to invest in digital tools, data capabilities, and customer experiences. We have to foster closer regulatory engagements, and Francesca's re-echoed this. They are in the collaboration mode. Develop systems which are resilient to economic and environmental shocks. Build digitally fluent and ethically grounded workforce. Integrate mental wellness in your institutions. And to the policymakers, you have to fast track regulatory reforms, and you should also develop AI adaptive regulations. I conclude this, Gava, by saying one thing I believe is that this conference affirmed the fundamental truth that the insurance sector stands at historical crossroads. As we speak now, innovation, inclusion, and resilience, they are not just buzzwords, they are imperatives that guide our future policies, the products, and people's strategies. So from brokers to regulators, from talent managers to digital pioneers, every actor has a role in shaping a future ready for the insurance landscape. I'll close by saying, let us not just react to change, we can lead the change, like Dr. Donato said. And for the CEOs, this is yours. Somewhere you claimed that it's hot and lonely up there. Please, as you feel the loneliness and the hotness, carry some people along with you. You need them. Thank you.
The message to the CEOs. Okay, in our next 2 minutes, please bear with us, and I need to make sure that by the time the mayor speaks, we are all active. In the next 2 minutes, allow me to invite the representative of the president of the African Insurance Brokers Association, Mr. Nelson Omolo. I give 2 minutes, and then I invite Solomon to be able to invite our mayor. Let's not get out of the habit of the conference.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, sorry, I know people are getting exhausted, but I'll just take 2 of your minutes to read the remarks of the chair of the Association of Insurance Brokers of Africa. My name is Nelson Omolo. I come from Kenya. For some time, I was working with the regional body as a member of the board when I was chairman of Association of Insurance Brokers of Kenya. And in that capacity, I got nominated to the continental body, the AIBA. But today, I'm so glad to be stood. And with the nostalgia, because I've met here fellows that I served with at the regional body, somebody like Latima, and yes, Latima, thank you very much for coming. I also served with people like Rusekeri. These were the pioneers of the regional body. And before then, after that, we were joined by the iconic leader, Solomon Rubondo. Thanks a lot, Kaka, for that. I can't forget to mention my brother, who is from Tanzania, Amir Kiwanda, who did a lot in ensuring that the regional body got the constitution, and that is the constitution that we are working, that is guiding the body up to now. Thank you very much. I want to take a minute to just give my congratulatory note to the IBAO Executive Committee, as well as the organizing committee. Thank you, Bwana Organizer, for hosting such a wonderful, wonderful conference. I will now go straight to the remarks of the chairman, and I quote, "Accept warm greetings from myself and the entire Executive Committee of Africa Insurance Brokers Association on this auspicious occasion when you are hosting the regional insurance practitioners to discuss a very apt topic, a whole new world, and the interactions of the new business landscape. Mr. Chairman, Africa will continue to play a central role in world business. It is expected to determine the way the world economy will look like in the future. As insurance brokers, we have a critical space that must be disposed of effectively, as we also hope that respective governments in the continent will do their part by creating an enabling environment for business to thrive. We must all embrace the DNA of challenging the status quo to deliver better on our roles. In terms of demographics, Africa's population had hit 1.5 billion as at July 2024. On the other hand, Africa's insurance market will have a significant role in the transformation of the financial markets, people's welfare, resilience, and economic development. It is estimated that Africa could stop borrowing at one time if the population fully utilized its potential. Because of that, Mr. Chairman, I urge all of us as practitioners in the conference to start by seeking continental partnerships, mergers, and affiliations within the continent, particularly in insurance and other financial markets. Once again, I wish to stress that our vision should be Pan-African. The capability of our people, from policymakers to senior executives, is inevitable, and to build it, Africa requires a multifaceted and multi-tiered efforts. What are the AIBA's objectives? 3 of the AIBA's objectives are: 1, to promote and protect the general welfare of insurance brokers and broker associations in Africa by advocacy, lobbying governments, insurance markets, and other stakeholders. 2 is to facilitate the exchange of technical information and to promote insurance education among the population. 3 is to undertake any business venture or investments that would be mutually beneficial to its members. Clearly, you will observe that the aforementioned objectives connect very well to the observations that I've made earlier. I'm therefore urging individual brokers, country insurance associations, to take up your rightful place both in AIBA, if you're a broker, or at the AIO, in the case of country associations, so that you become members. How does one become a member of AIBA? For brokers, you become a member of AIBA by paying US dollars 200 shillings, USD 200 per annum. In addition, for country associations, we encourage your membership to the AIO by paying USD 500. I mentioned earlier the issue of strategic mergers and affiliations. In conclusion, I wish to mention that AIBA shall assist members who are seeking partnerships, mergers, affiliations within the continent and outside Africa. The foregoing will help members to be stronger and to have strategic networks in markets outside your regions of operation. Mergers are happening around the world and do not imply any form of weakness, but rather a deliberate attempt to increase one's market share and thereby benefiting from transfer of technological superiority, product specialization, and access to new markets. In December 2024, a Swiss broker, BrokerLink, with assistance of AIBA, added 2 new African brokers to its roster. by way of strategic mergers. This included Rema Broking of Mauritius, which specialized in health and professional liability, as well as all risk. The second one was a Cote d'Ivoire brokerage called OGA Group, which mainly handled health for nationals and experts in Africa. With these two new additions, BrokerLink of Swiss now has partners and affiliates in 41 countries across the African continent. What it means is that Swiss company has a command of most of African insurance market share. How about if this kind of merger was happening amongst African insurance brokers themselves? Creating this kind of merger and affiliation is good for some of our companies. These are some of the discussions that AIBA shall be engaging its members on through webinars, conferences in the current year. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I wish to talk about licensing by our regulators. I'm glad that the regulator is here with us. Cognizant of our common playing field in the insurance ecosystem, AIBA intends to engage the Association of African Insurance Regulators and Supervisors to consider removal of annual licenses to brokers in favor of perpetual licenses, such as those being issued to underwriters. I'm happy to note that by and large, the process of annual licensing was initially important as a means of providing solutions and directions on interparty indebtedness. However, the good news was that this objective has largely been achieved, and there was no longer any justification of denying one party in the ecosystem the benefit of perpetual licensing. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I take this opportunity to invite brokers to a seminar that has been organized by AIBA to take place on the sidelines of the AIO conference in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, on the topic of risk management and market volatility. The date of the seminar shall be communicated shortly through the regional representative. Thank you all. I look forward to meeting with you soon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I like how Nelson delivered the remarks. He started by saying, in conclusion, then he said, finally. Join me in welcoming Solomon to invite our mayor as we close the day 2 of the conference.
Our guest of honor, of Ibao, also doubling as the president of the East African Insurance Broker Association, members of the AIBA board, members of Ibao, members of UIA, colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. I'm looking for the words to play this role, to invite someone who's going to disperse us after 2 days of harmony, of joy and laughter. A very difficult moment to reckon with, but the reality is it has to come. And I will therefore milk the moment, you called it so, also to bring out our unsung heroes, and I hope they're still around. Being a Friday, and with this kind of arrangement, I am reminded of being a Rotarian. And we also milk the moment. May I request the Rotarians also in the house to rise for recognition? Rotarians in the house,
Please rise. You can see. You can see. Thank you very much for your dedicated service. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to make special recognition of Gava. Having been an MC, this is a role we play. This is a role we play without expecting any gratitude. But Gava, you have done it. And having led us through the spirit of this discussion, we cannot miss recognizing the members of the technical committee who coined the theme. It would be remiss of us not to recognize the committee led by Ernest Varusia. Ernest, are you around? Because I remember the discussions, the debate that we had. Please convey our gratitude. Fiona, our relentless and never-ceasing mobilizer. Fiona Magezi. Wherever you find her, extend special gratitude. To all our panelists who have been here, you've done us extremely well. And to you, the discussants, to you, the members, the delegates, for having been very interactive and attentive. And we do not forget our friends who have crossed the borders, who have traveled here and are always coming. We do thank you very much indeed. Our guest of honor, Mr. Kachebezi Robert Mugabe, is preceded by the title, His Worship. Am I right? You worship the mayor of Mbarara. It's a great honor to be with you here yourself. And first of all, for having allowed us to use Mbarara. There have been very serious discussions here. And as I grew up and I've been exchanging ideas with my brother Tom, we always hear of the Geneva Protocol, we hear of the Kyoto Protocol, and we're always looking for moments to say the Mbarara Declaration. So for allowing us to use your ground to dissect our ideas and formulate the paper that we're going to call the Mbarara Declaration, we do not take it lightly. We thank you very much for your patronage. We thank you very much for accepting us here. And we will take the honor to say that we stood on Mbarara ground and made this declaration, of which you'll be part. Our guest of honor is a teacher by profession. Our guest of honor is a graduate of journalism. He's a politician aligned to the National Resistance Movement, the ruling party. He's a farmer. And this we always say, but I want to say it's very good. Others say it's worrying or fair, but he's married with one wife, for which we thank you very much indeed. For which we thank you very much indeed. The discussions here were reflecting, were focusing, revolving around what change would look like. But it's a reality, sir, and fellow delegates, that change has come, change will stay, and change will change. Change has come, change will stay, and change will change. So even the resolutions we are coming up with here should be dynamic and should provide for future amendments and improvements. Many of us remember BAT so many years ago, which was a leading taxpayer, and therefore every insurer ran for it. If you had BAT, you'd actually just renew in January and sit back. And when the campaign against smoking started, my managing director, we were doing strategic planning, and I said, next year I'm worried with this intensified campaign against smoking, we could lose a client. And he said, this has been there for centuries. It's never been real. BAT today are warehouses. BAT today are warehouses. So the reflections on change are real. And I'm happy to say that because we have been graded as baby boomers as if we are on the line of extinction. But I'm glad that you, the celebrated generations, by whatever name called, we will be the one grasping. We will be the ones grappling with the dynamics of the real change when it comes, and good luck for you. In his book, the latest publication, Transformative Economics, Professor Nwagaba has a chapter on planning. But the underlying statement is that the planning process is more important than the plan itself. And what we are doing now is the planning process. And all of us should be proud to be part of the planning process. The plan we shall demand from the gen, I don't know what they will be then. But in our local alphabet, is it alphabet? Yes. We have a letter we pronounce nga. I don't know how it is written. Maybe there will be generation nga that time. And good luck for you. But we shall demand the results of the plan and see what it looks like. Our guest of honor, you will be addressing professionals from our Ugandan market. You will be addressing professionals from across the country, Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, and in future we also hope to have DRC and South Sudan. You will be addressing professionals here, experts who have been leading in the discussion. And I want to tell you that we have only seen a fraction of Mbarara because we all came to Las Vegas. Would like to see more of Mbarara later in the day, but we shall be going to Igongo. But we have also seen very good people. We have had very good hospitality. We have eaten everything. Mbarara has fed us very well, and we are fed up. And when you come to Kampala, we shall revenge. I have been sitting with a doctor who confessed to speak a lot, and rubbing against him, I've also been infected by the speaking a lot virus. So you'll bear with me if I exceed the 2 minutes, but I'm also, if I've exceeded the 2 minutes. But I'm also speaking on a microphone, which has been used by a fellow doctor. And I'm also speaking on a microphone, which is going to be used by a politician. So I enjoy the speaking, but I love to see your full attention to what I'm saying. And at the risk of forgetting where I started, I'd like to stop you and invite our guest of honor, sir, to come and address us, and I call for your full attention. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, my brother. Chair of Insurance Brokers of Uganda, all business leaders, ladies and gentlemen. You know, a conference of this nature, you find so many people with different positions. And when you are a politician like me, a local one, then I also say, ladies and gentlemen, and I move away. My names have been said. I'm called Kacheves Robert Mugabe. I'm the city mayor of this great city of Mbarara. I'm very happy today that I was invited to come and close. I had a lot of engagements. I was in Kampala, and when I came, I also had a lot of engagements. We are in a period of politics, of course. I was seated next to Doctor. I was seeing him looking at those people who are competing with me now. So we are about into that period of campaigns. I want to thank you so much. You people, the organizers, chair and your team, for choosing Mbarara to host this conference. There is a way I saw you clap. I don't know whether it is that business kind of whatever. But for us who went to Chankwans and who are members of NRM, there is a way we clap our hands when we become happy. We say, Asante sana. Yongeza tena. Yeah. At least now I can see some vibe coming to my party. Mbarara city became a city. It is just a younger city. Actually, I am the last municipal mayor for Mbarara municipality and the first city mayor for Mbarara city. Mbarara city became a city on 1st July 2021. So we are still young. But in a period of all these years, the city has grown. I'm happy when you introduced the Rotarians who are here. We had a very big conference when actually it's when we opened even this hotel. And it invited people across the globe. Very many people are here. And I'm happy that even the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, that also has those people from across, have chosen to be here at Las Vegas. And I'm very happy that you are taking the direction our president has always directed us to do. This East African integration, you have already taken that shape. If you can invite people from Tanzania, invite people from Rwanda, from Burundi, from DRC where you are going, I have heard you are now going to South Sudan, from Kenya, then this is the direction that we want. And for that matter, for us in the government, it is also going to be an achievement on our side. Please make sure that you move on. As you move, spread the gospel of this integration that is going to help us economically, and when these borders also allow us to do business together as they are doing, but when they do it very much better, it is going to help us as a nation. I know I have been in different countries of these delegates that are here. The challenge we have as of now is the currency, which I think we are looking at to have an issue solved. Like, for example, those people from Tanzania now, with their money now, they have to go to town to do, for forex bureaus to change, to do some exchange. Those ones from Kenya, I have also been having such a challenges when I'm in those countries. So our integration will also have to look at that. Now, when I was here, on the clip which you displayed here, I was very, very, very much happy about what you did yesterday. Clap for yourselves, by the way. Giving back at community. There are very few people who think about that. When you visited the referral, I also received the pictures. I was in Kampala, but I received the pictures that the Brokers Association of Uganda visited the referral and donated blood. This blood is going to help me and even my people here. Thank you so much for that heart. I thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And even the food that you donated. We cannot take that one for granted. Actually, I can say that if you want also to have another conference, please bring it here. Come back tomorrow. Today you are here, next time let us go to another hotel. But keep around. So this Mbarara city is a regional commercial hub where we do some kind of business with these neighboring countries. And actually those from Rwanda, it is just a walk, a short distance. Tanzania, it is just in the neighborhood, and even DRC and Burundi. So whenever you want to do business, you are free to come and do business from this side. It is an area where one can come and have some kind of resting, and you enjoy as you proceed maybe to Queen Elizabeth, to all this Lake Mburo National Park, to have that kind of, I don't know whether you people who are in business also have that kind of stress like ours in politics. You are here, they are calling you that you have not buried someone. Oh, you are here, someone says, has not even finished paying school fees for the children. They want you to contribute, all those things. But for you, you can come and relax and then move away. This city has grown. In a period of 5 years, Mbarara city has grown and has changed the shape. And for that matter, I also call you people, when you are investing in Kampala, like the friend of mine who was inviting me in Kampala, please always invite me when you are this side. Come and put your investments here. We shall help you as politicians. We shall keep your property, and you will do business. There is nobody who will touch you. Much as you get money, don't invest in Kampala. Kampala is congested. The reason as to why these cities were created was to decongest Kampala with floods now. You see? I'm not campaigning Kampala, but I'm talking about the beauty of Mbarara, my city where I am. You come and put your investments in this city because it is not, we cannot allow it also to be in the shape of those cities I don't want to mention. Then, Mbarara, because of the status it has achieved now, it has gone beyond. We do business during the day and at night. The night economy is doing well. I don't know whether you got a chance to move around the city and enjoy. But I heard the MC talk about that the people were not dozing, an indication that you must have enjoyed somewhere and somehow. Go to Vibes, go to Soho, go to Shooters, go to all those areas. We have the most beautiful ladies here and the most handsome men. The most handsome men like me. Much as I have one wife, but I'm still young and energetic. Yeah. So please move around, and I want to thank you that really you have also improved on the economy of the city, because you must have been spending. When you dance, you spend. For us, we come and collect revenue. When you drink, we get money. So I want to thank you so much for that. On this particular issue where you are, with insurance is very good. But our people don't know. Our people lack awareness of this insurance. You will only think about insurance when you get a problem. When you have a child who is sick, needs 50 million, which you cannot raise, that's when people can think about insurance. Maybe life insurance. When your car gets a problem, it's when you can think about insurance. But people don't think about insurance. It is a culture here. So those who are working from around, and you people who are also in this business, let community be aware of what you do. I know it is not very easy for people. Like myself, when I was working with radio, this is my brother. When I was working with radio, saving for NSSFA was like, why are they just cutting and, why NSSFA, what? I didn't know that they were even saving my money. And when I went, I got my money and I bought a very good car now. I drive, it's when I'm thinking about, saving is good. So please, you go to community and sensitize the community about insurance. Life insurance, property. We got challenges here some time back. My people lost property. The timber business was caught by fire. I think you saw it on social media and whatever. People cried. Others lost their life. And it's when we came and said, hey, but you people, had you insured your business? So let us work together as local leaders around here. If you have that kind of meetings where you want to teach the public about insurance, always invite us. We shall help you, and we shall let people know that insurance is real and can help people in case of any problem. It should not be seen as something that is going to get money from people and others eat. But when you have a challenge, it's when you will have to know that. I know you are hungry. Too, I know you want to go and enjoy at Igongo, the cultural center. When you are there, you will see a lot about Mbarara and about our culture here. The cows, for us, we are actually Mbarara, came from a grass called Mbarara, and Mbarara is a very good grass for cows. And for us, we are cattle keepers around here. You will find a lot of that. You will find even a lot of history for how this kingdom was here, which was not given to us. And you will enjoy. I know you will enjoy. And then after that, I think I don't know. I did not know the... How are you going to dress? Safari where? That means I need to go back home now. Going back, my wife will say, don't go away from here. So will you allow me to come in my suit and we enjoy? Because when I go home, that wife will not allow me. And I will miss also. So for that matter, I know you want to enjoy. Please enjoy. And always, please come to Mbarara. Feel free to be part of Mbarara. Mbarara is your city. Those people from Tanzania, there is one time we had a conference also with people from Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi. It was also here. People enjoyed. And when we also go the other side, we also enjoy. Please enjoy. This city is yours. And I don't want you to go back to tomorrow. Go on Tuesday and come back. During that period, you will have spent a lot of money and we shall have a lot of revenue. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take this opportunity to close this 7th Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda Conference 2025. I wish you well and I wish you the best. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the mayor in a way he understands. Pa, 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 pa. Okay, appreciate the mayor. One more time. Yongeza tena. Mayor, what you have done is to excite us about the night economy of this city, Mbarara. I'm excited and I look forward to come to all those places. But Mayor, we want to thank you very much for taking off your time in a very tough time where you're trying to ensure that you stay in the office to continue serving the people of this community. We wish you the best. And I want to invite the leadership of the brokers to join you here so that we have a group photo that will commemorate your presence at closing our 7th conference here in Mbarara. I want to invite Solomon, I want to invite Chairman, I want to invite Conference Convener, I want to invite Rita to join in here so that I also want to invite Emma because those are our gold sponsors. Without the sponsors, this would have been very difficult. I want to invite them here. Those are the faces that have quickly come to my eyesight so that we can quickly have a group photo that will commemorate your presence at our conference.
Okay, let's have that photo, and then I'll also invite our regional delegates, because when you go back, you need to say that the only place to be in Uganda is what? Mbarara. Abdul, are we clear? Okay, regional delegates, please join in on this. Mark, okay. Mark, can you please join in here? All right, regional delegates. And after this photo, I request that we all rise up and have the anthems to be able to close off officially in the way we started. After this, I will also request that it's 4, so we'll have our lunch for 1 hour up to 5. We move immediately to Igongo, so that we prepare for a night proudly sponsored by Britam. Do not forget your safari wear. All right, can I request we rise and have the anthems, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. May we move for our lunch in the exact place where we were yesterday for 1 hour, and at exactly 5, we move to Igongo and get ready for a night proudly sponsored by Britam. See you in the evening in your safari wear. The regional delegates, please follow our conference convener to take you where your meals will be served.